The Ravens picking up their second loss of the season on a Monday night in Baltimore. The Detroit Lions finished 38-30 as the final score. Another Derrick Henry fumble along the way. A lot of sacks on Lamar Jackson. 7 sacks in total by Detroit, and they are able to get the win on the road. So 1-2 for the Ravens. They will play the 1-2 Chiefs next week. Meanwhile, the Bills sitting atop the AFC at 3-0. News from around the NFL. Kyle Shanahan says that he expects Brock Purdy to practice throughout the week and is expected to play on Sunday. Mac Jones also hurt his PCL in his knee, so he's undergoing an injury in San Francisco as well. Cardinals confirming a season-ending surgery for James Conner. It's not an ankle injury, though. It's a foot injury for Conner, but either way, his season is done. Sabres were in action last night for preseason game number 1. They shut out the Blue Jackets 4-0. Bo Byram among the team's goal scorers on the night. They're back in action again tonight against Columbus, but this time it's in Buffalo. So KeyBank Center tonight, 7 o'clock for preseason game number 2. You can listen to the game right here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Maybe you saw it, maybe you didn't. Mike Vaccaro of the New York Post headline.
The idiot.
Is it a Mary Demercado season? Is that?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Is that his name?
Get him in Arizona.
The Arizona third-string running back?
Yes, Demercado.
Demercado.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's your
That's
time
good.
in the sun, Mr. Demercado. Hey, it's Jeremy and Joe. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I had to look at my day of the week clock. Because the Bills played on Thursday, so we're still like, it's been 5 days since they played.
Yeah, it almost feels like a bye week.
Right, because of that, I don't know what day it is. It's Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Jeremy and Joe.
We're still a long way off from the Saint game, it feels like. Which is not really a game that you would spend a week previewing anyway, because you just wouldn't expect the Bills to have a lot of trouble, but...
It's funny you mention that. I thought of a bit we could do about not only this game, but every week. And I couldn't figure out how the front end of it was interesting. The idea is we call it something like 6 days out or 5 days out. Uh-huh. The idea is that all of us, you, me, Owen, Dan's here this week, Dan Dale producing, we write down a prediction on what will happen in the game, how it will go, and what will the narrative be after the game. And then we seal it in an envelope and we put it away until Monday.
Kind of like a mini time capsule situation.
Little bit.
All right.
That meets Johnny Carson's Karnak bit, which is before my time, but I know of it. And that was funny serious jokes he used to do. And the idea is like, I'm going to write down what's going to happen in the Saint game. Not going to tell anybody.
Johnny Carson's before your time?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
He's not on until
on, but when I'm 6, that doesn't count.
Yeah, right. No, you're not
late
staying up
night
till
television
watch Carson.
Is not something I'm aware of. Right. So we put the envelopes over here. Then we do Buffalo Bills football Monday. Then Tuesday, hey, let's dig into these envelopes. What was it that you predicted?
I'm kind of into this. How many days out is the right amount though?
Like today, Tuesday, right? We're already past the last game.
Normal Monday to Sunday.
Monday, Buffalo Bills football Monday. Tuesday.
No, Tuesday, you're right.
Tuesday's today where Howard picks the Bills. Like we start to look to the future.
Yeah.
So,
maybe Tuesday.
I don't know if it's today or tomorrow. But again, the problem is when we're doing that part of the bit today, what about it is interesting? Here I am, not telling you what I'm writing down. And there it is.
Right.
It's over.
It's not really interesting until next Monday.
Unless, of course, what we do is we predict it vocally on the air, save it, and then say, all right, what'd you say on Tuesday about this game?
I think the only time it wouldn't be interesting is the first time we actually do it.
Yeah.
Right? Because if we open it at the same time that we write down the next one, then it'll be like an unveiling every week, and now we all go and write our next ones down.
Right.
So the only time that it wouldn't be interesting is the first time we did it, because there'd be nothing to open from before.
That's right. That's a good point.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think this is good. I think this is doable. This is the game, though, where I don't know how much diversity there's going to be in opinion on what the narrative is going to be after they hammer the Saints.
Right. Well, part of this gets to, I have a very specific thing I want to predict is the conversation on Monday, Tuesday, Sunday night. I think the internet will be exploding in one conversation about the Bills after they play the Saints. And we could talk about that now, or, again, the game is, I want to predict
Seal it away.
And on Monday say, I told you this was going to happen.
I think we seal it away.
All right.
I think we seal it. Yeah.
Let's workshop this, and maybe we'll do it later in the show. We'll seal our guesses away. On last night's Ravens game, and of course we got the Sabres as well. We'll talk with Paul, recap that. But on the Ravens game, what's the thing that jumps out?
I cannot believe that any team in the league figured out a way to sack Lamar Jackson 7 times in a football game.
My answer is the exact same with slightly different phrasing. I can't believe Lamar Jackson took 7 sacks. When's the last time Josh Allen took 7 sacks in a ball game? Did you look it up?
I didn't look that up, but I did look up how many games ago you have to go to get to 7 Josh Allen sacks.
Is it like 10?
It's 11.
11 games.
Yeah, so regular season, I didn't look at playoffs. But last 11 regular season games, Allen's taken 7 sacks, and Jackson took 7 sacks last night.
Last night was sacks are a quarterback stat because Lamar Jackson was a disaster in the pocket.
Right.
Matt Harmon of Reception Perception and Yahoo Sports, he tweeted this out after I thought the same thing 10 times. Lamar Jackson took 13-yard drops.
Yeah, right. There was a 2nd and 26 because he ran backwards.
Right. What are you doing? Dropping back so far that your offensive line cannot protect you, like running into sacks and dancing around. And I mean, Lamar, at the early stage of this game, it looked like the Ravens were unstoppable. And then all of a sudden, I think he just played a terrible game. I thought Lamar was bad in this game. He's not often bad, but he does have those games where he is just like, this guy, he does not have it tonight.
Yeah, it was tied for his career high in a game. He took 7 one other time against Pittsburgh in 2021. So most sacks he took in a game in 4 years.
Yeah.
And it's the only other time that he ever did it. So on that front, it was bad. He did fumble, but it was a 4th down anyway, right? But man, what a goal to go stop by Detroit in the first half.
I'd love to talk about that play, and I'd love someone to explain to me why that's not the tuck rule.
Well, they got rid of the tuck rule, didn't they?
No.
They didn't?
They didn't.
I was under the impression they got rid of the tuck rule.
They didn't.
Okay.
Not that I know of. Maybe they quietly did. Tell me they did in 2008 or something.
They did. The tuck rule was an NFL rule from 1999 until 2013.
Okay, so 12 years ago, the tuck rule's gone. Okay.
12 years ago.
Congratulations,
That's been gone for a while.
Okay. In that case, the Patriots Super Bowl needs an asterisk that says previously illegal play was approved.
Right.
All right. I thought it was the tuck rule because it was. He pump faked, and the ball's just out there forever.
And it got knocked down or knocked out. Yep. Henry, too.
Henry fumble.
Henry with another fumble. It only cost him 3, I guess, but
I mean,
it's a drive. That's a punt. It's equivalent to a punt, and then they drive down and get a field goal. So
is that the first sign that he's aging?
Is that
sharper points of your game, all of a sudden, it's not where it's supposed to be?
I don't know. I think speed is generally going to be that more than fumbling is. I mean, he's probably had 2 fumbles in 3 games in his career. But they did put up on they had like a next gen stats segment, and they had last night that the fastest 2 ball carriers in the league this year, when they reach the line of scrimmage, Jahmyr Gibbs number 1 and Derrick Henry number 2.
All right.
He's still the fastest running back in the league other than Gibbs. So I think speed is usually the thing that goes.
He also attempted a pass in this game.
He did, and that was almost intercepted.
Right.
I I texted with you, I texted with my brother, like, how do the Ravens lose games? And my brother's like, because they play like idiots sometimes.
They definitely do.
And as he texted that, they're moving the ball with ease. They're down in 1st and goal. And as he texted me that, there's Derrick Henry throwing a contested ball into the end zone. Like, what are they doing? They just moved the ball like 60 yards in 3 plays, and they're throwing a running back pass. So the mistakes that they made last night, I mean, I thought about the Bills a little bit. Like, the Bills don't make that many mistakes in one game, that many negative plays in one game, right? Yeah. And the sacks has a lot to do with that.
Yeah, it was the negative plays. It's a great example of, I mean, did Lamar turn the ball over? You could say that he fumbled, but that's a 4th down call that got blown up.
Yeah, it wasn't going to go anywhere.
That cost them yards, and they made a stop anyway. So, like, whatever. Lamar did not turn the ball over. He got sacked 7 times. Mm-hmm. And that is just an unbelievable number. If you go to their drives and how many drives would have been killed by sacks, or maybe there's multiple sacks on these drives, credit the Lions. The Lions, Aiden Hutchinson looks legit. Their defense was all over him. You can't. Sure, Lamar might have been dancing too much and taking drops that were too deep, but man, the Lions look fine without Ben Johnson. Their offense is running trick plays. Their offense is bold and aggressive. There's Dan Campbell on a 4th down call. What's he call? Not just a 2-yard pass, a 30-yard pass, or I should say Johnny Morton calls that. A 30-yard pass from Goff to Amon-Ra St. Brown, who picks that up. St. Brown was amazing in this game.
How about the 4th and 3 on the first drive at the 11?
Right.
Go get it.
How about the 4th down play call that goes to Jahmyr Gibbs? And this was a game that if you actually tally up all the 4th down calls and what the Lions did, it's a great example of if you have it as an identity to go for it, and you have a good team and you're offensively gifted like the Lions are, man, the win percentage you gain, it's not 1%. It's over the course of an entire game, you gain like 12% on the decisions you make. And they win. So you have a really smart team in the Lions and a really careless team in the Ravens. Mm-hmm. The Ravens constantly beat themselves. Constantly. That was kind of the Bills' model to beat them in the playoffs last year was, right? Like, hey, these guys are going to make mistakes. Maybe you could make that comparison in any other sport you're playing. We got the Ryder Cup this weekend. Maybe the Ryder Cup, one of the matchups, Scheffler's going to be playing and think, I'm just going to keep it close because I'm going to play safe because this guy's got a mistake in him. I know he's got a tee shot left into the woods or something. And not that there are woods at Bethpage. You could tell me if there are or not.
There are not.
Okay. Well, the idea is
there's enough danger around the course.
You know how it works. You're playing somebody. You say, I know they are more mistake-prone than me. If I play smart here, then I'm going to be okay. And that was Bills-Ravens, and that's Lions-Ravens. All that said, I think anybody writing off the Ravens is a fool.
I agree with that. They still, when they play careless, and they will lose games like that last night and in week 1, but the offense looks easier for them more than it does any team in the league. And that scares me. Because if the potential for them to have that and play a clean game beats anybody in the league. Mm-hmm. But that's how easy offense looks for them.
And their defense looks like a mess right now, and a lot of the stats are the Ravens' defense is a mess. They've given up the most points in the league. I wonder who wouldn't do that having played the Bills and the Lions in 2 out of 3 games. Mm-hmm. Like if the Bills had played in between the Dolphins and the Ravens. If they played the Lions, guess what? They'd have given up 30 points in that game probably.
That's true, but what's the point we make about the Bills a lot? Like, these are the teams that they're going to play come playoff time, right? Like, they're going to have to stop an offense like the Bills. They won't have to play Detroit.
Until the Super Bowl.
But if they play the Chargers, is their defense going to be up to snuff on that?
Don't know.
Like, Starks made a couple of mistakes I saw yesterday, the rookie safety. The one that sprung, I think, Montgomery on like a giant run. He got Montgomery like a 60-yard run in this game because he missed the tackle badly. I would have questions about that defense for like the big picture. I think by the end of the season, their ranking might be fine because they'll get their easier games in. But like, should I not expect the Bills could score 35, 38 in a playoff game against them if they wanted to?
Yeah, I would think so. Well. It was fun watch.
It's more about, like, man, the sacks, like, one, really where I thought the sacks killed them, they're down 4, in the fourth quarter with the ball, and they moved the ball down with ease. It's 1st and goal on the 20, and they run the ball and then sack, field goal. Like 2 sacks to set up a field goal, and now you're still down. Actually, that they were down touchdowns. That made it 28-24. You put the ball back in the Lions' hands right there. Like they weren't finishing drives. They can move the ball, but those are mistakes that when you're playing the top teams in the league, Baltimore's not going to win those games if they make those types of mistakes. The fumble was the next drive, by the way. So 3 plays in a row for them on offense were Jackson sack, Henry fumble.
It's terrible.
That's the game.
Those are big negative plays.
That's the game.
And here you have, I shouldn't say we've never, but when talking about how teams are built today, the Eagles, the Bills now, the Ravens, the Lions are at the head of the class here. The importance of running the ball, it's actually really only important for the really good teams. If you're a team like the Giants, it doesn't matter if you can run the ball or not. It kind of doesn't. Right. It's almost like having a franchise quarterback. If you don't have this thing, it doesn't matter what you do out there. Oh, congratulations. The Titans want to establish the run. It doesn't matter for you.
Judkins looked good for the Browns.
Congratulations.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter for you. Who does it matter for? It matters for the good teams. And the Lions with Gibbs and David Montgomery, who, by the way, Montgomery, what was his injury last year? Was it an ACL?
I don't remember.
He got hurt last year and missed the end of the season. So their 2-headed running back monster last season went away because Montgomery was hurt late in the year and he was not able to play in the playoffs. Sprained knee.
MCL sprain.
Sprain. Okay, MCL sprain. So that's not anything too serious, but whatever. Like he's up there a little bit in age. He's 28, and you wonder if he can come back and be great. He looked great last night. Mm-hmm. Montgomery's a guy. So they paid a back and drafted one in the first round. And what do they get out of it? They get great play from their backs.
See the difference in the numbers between the two, by the way?
Yeah.
Gibbs averaged, on 22 carries, Gibbs averaged exactly 3 yards per attempt, and Montgomery on 12 carries averaged 12.6 yards per attempt. Massive difference.
Yeah.
He broke off a 72-yarder, which helped that, but even on his other runs, I mean, he was playing way better.
One thing about a 72-yarder is you can be fast enough to break away. The question is, do you have the air in your lungs to make it the whole way?
Yeah, he did not.
Eventually, you're going to get caught by somebody. Like, would Cook have housed that? Probably.
Cook would have. Gibbs probably would have.
Gibbs probably would have. Yep.
Cook would have. Yep.
Anyway, it was a fun game to watch. I mean, I had a lot of fun watching that game, and the Lions look like they are right back there. The NFC, I mean, this is, of course, part of the conversation. The NFC looks a lot better than the AFC, at least in the middle. The AFC,
it's deeper.
The AFC looks like 3 good teams, and then 3 candidates as maybe these are good teams, and after that, please.
Right.
You're getting to Pittsburgh as your 6th best team in the AFC, 6th or 7th. They've been outgained in their games, and they are 2-1. Or they're 2-1 rather.
Yep.
Okay, if the Steelers are your 6th best team, you're in trouble. Meanwhile, in the NFC, I've got a couple of really threatening teams. If the Vikings had a quarterback, they'd be very good. The Bears might have some teeth. The Packers are good. The Lions are good. The Niners are good. The Rams are good.
The Bucks are good.
The Bucks are good. The Eagles are good. The Commanders are good.
Yeah.
Like the NFC probably goes 9 deep.
Is Seattle good?
No.
No,
Seattle is not good. They're not good. In fact,
they played close to the Niners and beat the Steelers by double digits.
That's right. And then they hammered the Saints.
And that's not bad. That's not a bad resume.
Some of the stats on the Saints led me to my conversation, my suggestion about that little new game we're going to play with the envelope where we seal our prediction, because I got a prediction for Bills Saints that directly draws on what happened in Saints Seahawks. So anyway, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Take a look at the AFC, folks. I mean,
wide open for the Bills.
Yes. What are the current odds? They were even money to get it going into the week.
They have to be favored.
It's got to be minus...
Like minus money, I mean.
Minus 180.
They have
kind of
to
stuff. It's the Bills, the Chargers, and the Colts. And, man, it's going to take forever for the Colts to be taken seriously to get the 1 seed. It's going to take a while.
Right. Like, it's funny. The difference right now in, to make the playoffs... Baltimore is minus 1,400 to make the playoffs. They're actually second best in the AFC. The Bills are minus 10,000. So by FanDuel's odds, the Bills are basically 10 times more likely to make the playoffs than any other team in the AFC.
Yeah.
Like, just wrap it up. It's ready for that. And that's the easiest part.
Updated odds to be the 1 seed.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yep.
Folks, it's week 3.
Yep.
The Bills are minus 150. The next closest is the Chargers at plus 470.
Yeah.
And the next closest is still Baltimore at plus 800.
Right.
In the NFC, of course, nobody's in the minus money. But
yeah, who's the favorite in the NFC?
Eagles plus 260.
That's a huge difference.
Minus 150 to be the 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to enter into, if the season goes like this, and what if everything works out? We're going to enter a lot of let's get stupid conversations. We really are.
Yeah.
Where it's, should you start to use these weeks to practice? I mean, like, I don't even know. I haven't gotten all the way there yet.
Part of it was like one thing. I'm like, all right, the most exciting part about this season is the chase for the 1 seed. And what if the chase is over by October?
It probably won't be because the Chargers
will be over.
Somebody else will stay good, and their teams the Bills don't play. That's the wrinkle here. We're all over here looking at Chiefs and Ravens playing this week, and somebody's going to go to 1-3. That's great. You already beat the Ravens. You have the chance to beat the Chiefs. You don't have any say in what the Chargers or the Colts do this year. So that's one part of the 1 seed race that will be different, where you could go out and go 13-4 or 14-3, and you're talking 1 seed on tiebreakers. It won't be a head-to-head.
Right.
So what does that ultimately mean? The Chargers have to go 15-2? They might. How good are they? They have 3 straight division wins, and they won an international game to open their season. Like, they're in good shape. Maybe we'll have Howard pick the Bills and pick the Chargers, too. He's coming in today to pick.
We're making pick the Chargers also?
Yeah.
I'm coming early. Text him to come in early.
If I gave the Chargers just the games you might think are pushover games, I mean, there aren't a lot of those, but it's Giants, Dolphins, Titans, Steelers, Jaguars, Raiders they already beat.
Yeah.
And that's about it. Texans 7. So
I mean, it feels like Bills just don't trip.
Yeah,
that's it. Just don't trip on your way to this because they've not had it, and man, it's never been set up for them better. 3-game lead over Baltimore and 2-game lead over Kansas City.
Let's get stupid.
Those would have been the 2 teams you were most worried about.
You ready for some let's get stupids? Trubisky against the Saints. I mean,
this early. I saw Trubisky in a commercial yesterday.
Yeah?
Yeah. One of the, I don't know which one of the insurance companies, they're doing it's like backup quarterbacks, basically, and Trubisky was in it. I'm like, wait, is that Mitch Trubisky in a commercial? He's getting ads now, but I guess it's because they're doing all backup quarterbacks. I don't know which one it was.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, it's a Tuesday. It's a glorious Tuesday. It rained yesterday, which is a little bit of a departure for where we've been at. You can't ruin my mood today. No one had a better fantasy football night than me.
Well, I mean, you had David Montgomery,
No
right?
one did better than me. I escaped the guillotine slash in epic fashion. I mean, I was down for the count, and I got up. So, onward.
I end up losing to Owen Bulldog in Paul's league because Jahmyr Gibbs has a terrible game, but he just walks into the end zone twice.
Yeah, he did do that. That 4th down call.
Brutal.
There was a clip.
Give the ball to anyone. Why don't they sneak it? They have a big, tall quarterback. Just sneak the ball.
They do. I don't know if anybody saw this, but maybe you saw the 4th down call where they hand off and then pitch to Gibbs. Really, really sharp play. There was a highlight of a play when Dan Campbell played for the Saints. They ran that play.
Oh, okay.
Exact same play. So, is that the kind of thing Dan Campbell's been waiting 12 years to bust it out in the right moment? It's just in the back pocket the whole time. 803-0550, plenty to get to. Give us a ring. What do you make of the AFC? Are you counting it as banked money? Are you nervous about it being so set up for the Bills? Ravens and Chiefs this week. Who to root for?
Someone goes to 1-3.
Someone goes to 1-3.
Love that.
Which... going into last night, someone was going to go 1-2, and it's the Ravens. I still think they're dangerous, but they're not necessarily a sound team. You can join us, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Howard picks the Bills in the 8:30 hour. We'll also check in with Paul Hamilton on last night's Sabres win. They beat Columbus. They're back home tonight for a game at the arena. So plenty to get to on this fine Tuesday morning. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. On the Ravens game, what's the thing that jumps out?
I cannot believe that any team in the league figured out a way to sack Lamar Jackson 7 times in a football game.
My answer is the exact same with slightly different phrasing. I can't believe Lamar Jackson took 7 sacks. When's the last time Josh Allen took 7 sacks in a ball game? Did you look it up?
I didn't look that up, but I did look up how many games ago you have to go to get to 7 Josh Allen sacks.
Is it like 10?
It's 11.
11 games.
Yeah, so regular season, I didn't look at playoffs. But last 11 regular season games, Allen's taken 7 sacks, and Jackson took 7 sacks last night.
Last night was sacks are a quarterback stat because Lamar Jackson was a disaster in the pocket.
Right.
Matt Harmon of Reception Perception and Yahoo Sports, he tweeted this out after I thought the same thing 10 times. Lamar Jackson took 13-yard drops.
Yeah, right. There was a 2nd and 26 because he ran backwards.
Right. What are you doing? Dropping back so far that your offensive line cannot protect you, like running into sacks and dancing around. And
yeah.
I mean, Lamar, at the early stage of this game, it looked like the Ravens were unstoppable. And then all of a sudden, I think he just played a terrible game. I thought Lamar was bad in this game. He's not often bad, but he does have those games where he is just like, this guy, he does not have it tonight.
Yeah, it was tied for his career high in a game. He took 7 one other time against Pittsburgh in 2021. So most sacks he took in a game in 4 years.
Yeah.
And it's the only other time that he ever did it.
The NFC, I mean, this is, of course, part of the conversation. The NFC looks a lot better than the AFC, at least in the middle. The AFC,
it's deeper.
The AFC looks like 3 good teams, and then 3 candidates as maybe these are good teams, and after that, please. Right. You're getting to Pittsburgh as your 6th best team in the AFC, 6th or 7th. They've been outgained in their games, and they are 2-1. They're 2-1 rather.
Yep.
Okay, if the Steelers are your 6th best team, you're in trouble. Meanwhile, in the NFC, I've got a couple of really threatening teams. If the Vikings had a quarterback, they'd be very good. The Bears might have some teeth. The Packers are good. The Lions are good. The Niners are good. The Rams are good.
The Bucks are good.
The Bucks are good. The Eagles are good. The Commanders are good.
Yeah.
Like the NFC probably goes 9 deep.
Is Seattle good?
No.
No?
Seattle is not
good.
They're not good. In fact,
they played close to the Niners and beat the Steelers by double digits.
That's right, and then they hammered the Saints. And
that's not bad. That's not a bad resume.
Some of the stats on the Saints led me to my conversation, my suggestion about that little new game we're going to play with the envelope where we seal our prediction, because I got a prediction for Bills Saints that directly draws on what happened in Saints Seahawks.
Baltimore falls again, a second loss on the season. Last night to the Detroit Lions, a 38-30 final. Detroit wins. The Ravens next playing the Chiefs, who are also 1-2. So one of the Ravens or the Chiefs are going to fall to 1-3. Bills obviously sitting at 3-0 atop the AFC, tied with the Chargers and the Colts at the moment. Elsewhere around the NFL, Nick Bosa of the Niners is out for the season with a torn ACL. That reported by Adam Schefter. Brian Dable, when asked about whether Russell Wilson would start on Sunday, said that they're evaluating everything. So maybe we see Jackson Dart as early as this week. The Sabres were in action last night. Preseason game number 1. They win 4-0 over Columbus. Bo Byram among the goal scorers. Also, last year's first-round pick, Consta Helenius. They'll play again tonight against Columbus, 7 o'clock puck drop at KeyBank Center. We'll have that game right here on WGR. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I feel like week 1 was a wake-up call. Not just this loss. Week 1 was a wake-up call. Last week was a wake-up call, because we started off slow last week. And, we got beat tonight. The Lions had a great game plan. I feel like offense and defense for those guys played great. We just got to find a way to win.
Lamar Jackson, talking about week 1, was a wake-up call. They lost last night to the Lions. Derrick Henry, 4.2 yards per carry, had a fumble, and also had a big touchdown run in the game, but not a great game for him. It looked like the Ravens were going to go, ham on the Lions, and they just...
Yeah, his other 11, so he had 28 yards on one of his carries. On his other 11 carries, he had 22 yards. So good. 11 for 22, after he had, I think, 11 for 25 last week against the Browns.
Yeah.
So really, since the Bills game, it's one run for Derrick Henry. That's it.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. The Ravens lose. They are 1-2. Their defense getting shredded by another elite offense.
Could you be more worried about the Bills' defense because 2 teams in a row have shut down Derrick Henry?
You could. I don't know that it makes me more worried about them.
Okay. Cleveland is a great defense.
Yes.
And Detroit is, I guess I didn't think they were great, but maybe they're pretty good. But those are 2 teams that have done a way better job on Baltimore than the Bills did. At least in their week 1 game. The playoff game, you could say maybe that was similar. I mean, what did Detroit do? They sold out to stop Derrick Henry, and they said, your weapons need to beat us down the field. They did a lot.
Which they did a lot.
Right, one-on-ones down the field, but in part because they were committing 4 up front rushing, and there was always a 5th player that was on a delayed blitz. Wasn't even really a spy. Like, it kind of is a spy, but that guy wasn't waiting for Jackson to take off. Like, it was 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, go. And then you go after Jackson to wherever he scrambled to. And that seemed to work. Kind of reminded me of what the Bengals did to Mahomes in the AFC Championship game a few years ago.
Yeah, rush 3 and then send somebody.
A delayed blitz. But they were rushing 4 and sending somebody because I think they also had to be thinking about Henry. So, right, let's pick your poison. And Detroit said, all right, we'll leave your tight ends open. That'll be the poison that we leave available to you.
How would the Bills match up with the Lions? What's everybody think? 803-0550. What do you think they would do against the Lions? They did play them last year and beat them.
They did.
And the defense had a very good day in helping the offense build a lead. The difference between last year's Lions and this year's Lions, I think, is last year's Lions lost their entire starting defense.
Right.
There was no Aiden Hutchinson in that game. There would be an Aiden Hutchinson in this game, and the Lions defense does not have 12 injuries like it did last year. You also don't have Ben Johnson. You don't have Aaron Glenn. How would they match up?
I think depends. The Lions can kind of throw whatever they want at you offensively, right? Like, I kind of think they would shred the Bills. Like, that would that be the team that it would be more of a firefight than any other game? That's
Maybe.
what it was last year.
It was.
It kind of was. The Lions got there late.
Couldn't you make the case that Bills-Lions is at the heart of what Bills fans argue about?
Kinda,
because
yeah.
what was it that beat the Lions? Relentless scoring.
Right.
That's what did it.
And it was Allen.
Right.
Like, it wasn't really... I'll go back and look. Like, Allen threw for 362 in the game. They ran the ball fine, but they were throwing the ball all over him.
They were.
Because they knew they had backup corners and backup safeties and backup linebackers. And like, you guys can't do anything to us. And it was Ty Johnson in that game, remember?
Yeah.
Couldn't cover the running back.
It's a lot of game script, too, because what happened against the Lions? The Bills go to halftime with a 7-point lead.
Yep.
And they deferred. They got the ball first to start the third quarter, down the field touchdown. It's 28-14.
Yep.
After each team goes 3 and out, Amon-Ra St. Brown fumble.
Yep.
35-14. Like, at that point, you feel like game is over. And the Bills still had to win 48-42.
Right.
The way to win against that team when they played was 2 stops, 1 defensive play, force 1 fumble, get a punt, put up 48.
Yep.
Allen was amazing that day. 23 of 34, 362. He also ran for 2 touchdowns.
Was putting the ball wherever he wanted in that game. Also,
Ty Johnson, like you said, 5 for 114.
Yeah, they could not cover wheel routes. Like, it was downfield. Like, he would come out of the backfield, and it was one-on-one with backup linebackers, and they could not cover Ty Johnson. So,
and the Bills shut down the run that day.
Yeah, so, I mean, the Lions, would they be the worst matchup for them in the NFC right now? Hardest. I wouldn't say worst, because I don't really think there is really a bad matchup in the league for the Bills, other than I still think Baltimore is that. But they've beaten them 2 times in a row, so it's like, well, we know they can win that one, and I think that's the worst matchup.
803-0550. Give us a ring on this, on the state of the AFC, and if you want to try on that Lions matchup, maybe you watched them last night. Mo in New Jersey. Hey, Mo, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I watched that entire game last night. I was really interested to see, how Baltimore would play. I expected them to steamroll the Lions. And the things I tell you, the 2 things that really caught my eye were how much the Lions gashed that Ravens defense on the run, and number 2, it's the sacks, right? You guys mentioned that from the start. I'm officially starting the Greg Russo watch party. This season, I haven't heard his name once. I don't know if he has a single sack yet. If he does, my mistake. With our defensive line, I know I've called before. I was really not too happy with the way they performed in week 1, but they've gotten a little bit better, I think. Not so much maybe against the Dolphins, but I feel like they're going to continue to grow. I really was hoping, with Bosa on one side, Russo on the other, who I really have really high expectations for, was kind of going to be maybe not 7 sacks for Lamar Jackson, but flying around, getting after the quarterback. And I'm hoping with the softer part of our schedule coming up, and I'm not taking any of these teams lightly, right? But I really want to start to see our defensive line establish who they are, and hopefully get better as we progress throughout the season, because, we're going to need them come January when it gets colder out, and, it's harder to stop the run. So, that's pretty much it.
Thanks, Mo. Digging into the Bills and their pass rush, their ability to get after the passer here. Like, I'm gonna pull up the latest, because the Lions might have passed the Bills in pressure percentage after last night. We were talking about this yesterday with Sal about pressure percentage and team rankings and all this. And the Bills are a blitz-heavy team this year. And while they're number 2 in blitz percentage, the Bills, going into last night's game, were number 1 in pressure percentage, how often they get to the passer. But at the same time, I'm looking at ESPN's pass rush win rate. Where are the Bills in pass rush win rate? They are 20th in pass rush win rate as a team. Russo, I don't know what to make of Russo. He got paid. He's always been pretty good. His career high in sacks is 8.
Yep.
That was last year.
Yep.
8. And 8 is a very, very far cry from the guys that are at the top. It's why he didn't get paid 40. It's why he got paid, what did he get, like 20?
22 or something? Yeah.
He got 22.
He got like half what the top guys get.
Yeah, so you should expect about half what the top guys get. And 3 games in, there's not been a lot there. I know the PFF grade on Russo is pretty good. He's not been terrible. But, this team, I made this point yesterday, Joe. the pass rush conversation is a lot like the playoff conversation. I don't care how close you are. I don't care how much you should have won. You have to do it. You have to get there. And the Bills pressure rate for Russo. You can pressure rate you to death and say he's fourth in the league in pressure rate, which he's not. And if he had no sacks, you'd say, I don't care, man. You got to get the job done on one of these.
And didn't Mostyn get a bad game in that Chiefs loss last year?
Yes.
In the AFC Championship game. So that's what gets remembered. He did have a sack against both Baltimore and Denver in the playoffs last year.
Yep.
But those are the games that matter the most. And he's there for that Cincinnati loss, right? A couple years ago, too, where their defensive line got abused by backups on the snow. So, yeah, like it's more about that. I'm not thinking about him, though, ever being all-pro premier pass rusher in the league.
Right.
Like he's probably just going to be a good player for a long, long time.
After last night, the Bills are still number one in pressure percentage.
Okay.
How often they pressure the passer? 30%. Number two is Minnesota. And if you pay any attention to the league, or you might not always know Minnesota, like Brian Flores in Minnesota are universally celebrated for being absolute havoc wreakers.
Yeah.
The Bills get more pressure than them. It almost feels like it's impossible.
I saw a good breakdown of like Flores, and he's just like a wizard with how he's disguising defenses in ways that nobody ever has in the league before. J.J. Watt had a good tweet about it. Aren't the Bills aren't we going to have to figure out, though, how good their pass rush is at some point during this year when we look back and see, oh, they sacked Spencer Rattler 6 times.
Yes.
Oh, they sacked Michael Penix 4 times. Oh, they sacked Bryce Young 5 times. You know, like not to say that they won't
Did they sack Flacco?
be good,
Yeah.
but if they're number one after like 12 games, will we really feel like it's the best pass rush in football? Or will we feel like, well, yeah, you've played a lot of bad quarterbacks?
I don't think anybody will say that the team that was number one in pressure is the best pass rush in football. You usually get that if you just get the sacks.
That's what I mean.
Like
if they start piling up sacks against really bad quarterbacks, which they're going to start seeing. Because through 3 games, really Fields is the only one they've played that takes a lot of sacks.
And they only got him once.
Okay, it was only the once?
Yeah.
But the next 5 games, 6 games, they're going to play a bunch of those guys. And you would think the sacks are going to start coming.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they got Field. Let me double check this. They got him once. They also
because the Bosa punch out was past the line of scrimmage. I think
they got him twice, but I do think the Bosa punch out was was not a sack.
Gotcha.
Russo under the microscope. I don't think you're alone, Mo. Like people are ready to see a step forward. That's the thing about deals like that, though. Like if you sign your good players to middle contracts in their field.
Yeah.
Should you really expect breakouts? Because if it was expected from the player, they'd be pushing for more, or the team. Sometimes I feel like players will outplay their contracts. Other times I feel like the contract tells the story. The contract tells the story on a lot of these players, I think. Tells the story on Shakir, for me, which is really nice role player. When you need him, does a lot of things well. But he got what he got because he's not St. Brown last night, who gets $30 million a year. He's not St. Brown. So with Rousseau, what do I got to do? I shouldn't expect to be getting T.J. Watt. I shouldn't expect to be getting, I don't want to say all the way like to Parsons and Garrett, but I shouldn't expect to be getting absolute top-tier play at that position just because he's not paid that way.
On that bad quarterback sack point, by the way, Rattler's only taken 6 sacks through 3 games, although Drake May, who they play next, is second in the NFL with 12. He's taken 12.
All right.
Want to guess who number 1 is?
Most sacks in the league?
Who's taking the most? 15 is the number.
Cam Ward.
Yes.
Okay.
He's taking a lot.
Yeah. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Talking Bills in the AFC and also those NFC matchups. I mean, it's week 3, folks. I don't know if you think it's a jinx to look that far ahead, but, I mean, look at the AFC. Look at it. It's not going the way we thought with the 2 other main contenders. They're sitting at 1 and 2, and they play this week. That'll be a fun one to watch. Right after the Bills, as they should, stomp the Saints. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. Updated odds to be the 1 seed.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yep.
Folks, it's week 3.
Yep.
The Bills are minus 150. The next closest is the Chargers at plus 470.
Yeah.
And the next closest is still Baltimore at plus 800.
Right.
In the NFC, Of course, nobody's in the minus money. But
Yeah, who's the favorite in the NFC?
Eagles, plus 260.
That's a huge difference.
Minus 150 to be the 1 seed. Mm-hmm. We are going to enter into, if the season goes like this, and, what if everything works out? We're going to enter a lot of let's get stupid conversations. We really are.
Yeah.
Where it's, should you start to use these weeks to practice? I mean, I don't even know. I haven't gotten all the way there.
Well,
yet.
part of it was one thing. I'm like, all right, the most exciting part about this season is the chase for the 1 seed.
And
what if the chase is over by October?
It probably won't be because the
Will
Chargers
it be over?
Somebody else will stay good, and their teams the Bills don't play. That's the wrinkle here. We're all over here looking at Chiefs and Ravens playing this week, and somebody's going to go to 1-3. That's great. You already beat the Ravens. You have the chance to beat the Chiefs. You don't have any say in what the Chargers or the Colts do this year. So that's one part of the 1 seed race that will be different, where you could go out and go 13-4 or 14-3, and you're talking 1 seed on tiebreakers. It won't be a head-to-head.
Right.
So what does that ultimately mean? The Chargers have to go 15-2? They might. How good are they? They have 3 straight division wins, and they won an international game to open their season. They're in good shape. The NFC, this is, of course, part of the conversation. The NFC looks a lot better than the AFC, at least in the middle. The AFC,
it's deeper.
The AFC looks like 3 good teams, and then 3 candidates as maybe these are good teams, and after that, please.
Right.
You're getting to Pittsburgh as your 6th best team in the AFC, 6th or 7th. They've been outgained in their games, and they are 2-1. Or they're 2-1 rather.
Yep.
Okay, if the Steelers are your 6th best team, you're in trouble. Meanwhile, in the NFC, I've got a couple of really threatening teams. If the Vikings had a quarterback, they'd be very good. The Bears might have some teeth. The Packers are good. The Lions are good. The Niners are good. The Rams are good.
The Bucks are good.
The Bucks are good. The Eagles are good. The Commanders are good.
Yeah.
The NFC probably goes 9 deep.
Is Seattle good?
No.
No,
Seattle is not
good.
They're not good. In fact,
they played close to the Niners and beat the Steelers by double digits.
That's right. And then they hammered the Saints. And
that's not bad. That's not a bad resume.
Some of the stats on the Saints led me to my conversation, my suggestion about that little new game we're going to play with the envelope where we seal our prediction, because I got a prediction for Bills Saints that directly draws on what happened in Saints Seahawks.
This drive starts at the 21, down by 4. Hand off to Henry, and he gets it punched out. It's recovered by DJ Reed. Knocked out on the play by Aiden Hutchinson. And it's yet another fumble for Derrick Henry.
Joe Buck on the call. Hey, quick, small suggestion for the NFL. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. I know the NFL loves its new Hawkeye technology where they're measuring the first down.
Yes, they do.
Virtually. Here's an idea. Hey, guys, what if instead of that, you shot the Hawkeye technology up the field goal posts to tell us if it's a good kick or not?
That's a better idea.
Right? They're going to do this for plays where it doesn't make a difference, but on an actual, hey, was that worth 3 or not?
Right.
And they say on the broadcast, well, you can't really tell, so it's not reviewable. Oh, great.
Right.
We have no idea if that actually went over the upright. How about
that one seems easier than the first down, also by a lot.
Just shoot lasers
Just shoot
out
it up
the
in
end.
up in the air.
You can't mount lasers on the top of the goalposts and tell us if it was breached or not. Come on. I don't know about lasers.
Lasers that we could see?
Have the unicorns shoot them out of their horns.
Why don't you just put spotlights on top of the field goal post and put them up in the air, and then if the football
is illuminated?
No, just if you look at it, if you look at the spotlight and you see it get blocked at any point, like the light, then you know that the football will have crossed through it.
Well, the rule is, they said last night, the whole ball has to be inside the outer edge of the goalpost.
The whole ball.
Yes. So it can go.
Okay, so then it would be that
you can, in theory,
you still could do the light thing because it would have to completely block the light.
That might be hard to see from 60 feet below.
Make it like a really bright spotlight, though.
Right. That's probably.
Oh no, right. They wouldn't make the call. This would be Skyref.
Gotcha, Skyref.
He's in the sky, so he should be able to see the light up in the sky.
Fly a drone.
Drone ref.
Drone ref.
Here we go. Now we're talking. Drone ref. Who's got a better view?
But think about
imagine just like a giant drone, and there's Gene Steratore with his control, like he's flying like he's Luke Skywalker, flying around the stadium,
like he's Bowser in a cloud, just up there, just flying around, like
he's floating.
He's above,
the
like that's a good field goal.
Yes,
I saw it. But the rule that it can go inside the outer edge of the goalpost means that if you kick it high enough, a doink is good. It would have been a doink, but it's good.
Right.
And that's what happened last night in Baltimore. Can't review that. I got some lasers. Shoot some laser beams up those goalposts, guys. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe. Talking about the Bills matching up against the NFC teams. Talking about this AFC and whether or not you feel like the 1 seed is, it's never been more available for them. Not just available. They are big favorites to get it. If they don't, something went wrong. Feels like it's that far down the and it's week 3. So we'll chat about that a little bit more. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. On the Ravens game, what's the thing that jumps out?
I cannot believe that any team in the league figured out a way to sack Lamar Jackson 7 times in a football game.
My answer is the exact same with slightly different phrasing. I can't believe Lamar Jackson took 7 sacks. When's the last time Josh Allen took 7 sacks in a ball game? Did you look it up?
I didn't look that up, but I did look up how many games ago you have to go to get to 7 Josh Allen sacks.
Is it like 10?
It's 11.
11 games.
Yeah, so regular season, I didn't look at playoffs. But last 11 regular season games, Allen's taken 7 sacks, and Jackson took 7 sacks last night.
Last night was sacks are a quarterback stat because Lamar Jackson was a disaster in the pocket.
Right.
Matt Harmon of Reception Perception and Yahoo Sports, he tweeted this out after I thought the same thing 10 times. Lamar Jackson took 13-yard drops.
Yeah, right. There was a 2nd and 26 because he ran backwards.
Right. What are you doing? Dropping back so far that your offensive line cannot protect you, like running into sacks and dancing around. And
yeah.
Lamar, at the early stage of this game, it looked like the Ravens were unstoppable. And then all of a sudden, I think he just played a terrible game. I thought Lamar was bad in this game. He's not often bad, but he does have those games
Right.
where he is just like, he does not have it tonight.
Yeah, it was tied for his career high in a game. He took 7 one other time against Pittsburgh in 2021. So most sacks he took in a game in 4 years.
Yeah.
And it's the only other time that he ever did it.
The NFC, I mean, this is, of course, part of the conversation. The NFC looks a lot better than the AFC, at least in the middle. The AFC,
It's deeper.
The AFC looks like 3 good teams,
Yeah.
and then 3 candidates as maybe these are good teams, and after that, please.
Right.
You're getting to Pittsburgh as your 6th best team in the AFC, 6th or 7th. They've been outgained in their games, and they are 2-1. Or they're 2-1 rather.
Yep.
Okay, if the Steelers are your 6th best team, you're in trouble. Meanwhile, in the NFC, I've got a couple of really threatening teams. If the Vikings had a quarterback, they'd be very good. The Bears might have some teeth. The Packers are good. The Lions are good. The Niners are good. The Rams are good.
Bucs are good.
The Bucs are good. The Eagles are good. The Commanders are good.
Yeah.
Like the NFC probably goes 9 deep.
Is Seattle good?
No.
No?
Seattle is not,
They're not good?
They're not good. In fact,
They played close to the Niners and beat the Steelers by double digits.
that's right. And then they hammered the Saints. And
like that's not bad. That's not a bad resume.
Some of the stats on the Saints led me to my conversation, my suggestion about that little new game we're going to play with the envelope where we seal our prediction, because I got a prediction for Bills Saints that directly draws on what happened in Saints Seahawks.
Monday Night Football, the Ravens drop their second loss of the season, falling 38-30 to the Detroit Lions. Lamar Jackson, 7 sacks in the game. Derrick Henry with another costly fumble in the second half. Baltimore 1-2. Next playing the 1-2 Chiefs. So one of Kansas City or Baltimore is going to be 1-3 in a week. The Bills sitting at 3-0, all atop the AFC with both Indy and the Chargers tied for the 1 seed early on here. Elsewhere around the NFL, Nick Bosa out for the season in San Francisco. He has a torn ACL. The Niners are also expecting Brock Purdy back this week. ESPN's Todd Archer reports CeeDee Lamb could miss 3 to 4 weeks with a high ankle sprain. They're going to revisit his timeline in 14 days in Dallas. Brian Dable would not commit to Russell Wilson being a starting quarterback in Week 4, so could be a chance that it's Jackson Dart next Sunday. The Sabres are underway in the preseason, winning 4-0 over Columbus last night. They're back in action tonight at KeyBank Center. That's a 7 o'clock puck drop. You can listen right here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
From Dan Campbell, not surprised. He's got big onions. I mean, this is a bold move. Even with a first down, they cannot run out the clock because the Ravens still have all 3 timeouts.
Troy Aikman last night on the final drive dropped a couple of buttes. First, as the Lions, who are the team that goes for everything, the aggressive team, they line up. He says, maybe they're just lining up to draw them offside. Nope. Then later, when David Montgomery took it in for his second touchdown, Jared Goff, during the play, is signaling, go down, because if he had gone down, the game's over. Then the Lions can run out the clock, and Montgomery scores, and Aikman says, Goff's telling him to go down, but it's okay as long as you score, which is the opposite.
Right.
Actually,
right.
He doesn't want him to score. That's the whole point.
Right.
Thanks for coming, Troy. Thanks for being
because
there.
you give them like a
little bit of life.
Yeah, they score a touchdown, they get a chance to get the ball back on an onside kick.
Right, which
they did.
Exactly. That played out. If Montgomery goes down, the game ends. Instead, the Ravens had a little bit of opportunity left. Lions beat the Ravens. Baltimore's 1-2. They go to Kansas City this week.
Who should we be rooting for?
I don't know that it matters. I think the answer is Kansas City, but you should never actually root for Kansas City. So don't. Here's the best answer I would give you is this. You should root for. I guess you should root for Kansas City because you want them. I can't do it. I just can't do it.
You try.
I couldn't even finish the sentence. What am I going to? The Chargers are somehow involved in this, and
do you want the Ravens to win because you already have a tiebreaker over them? Are we even thinking about that?
I'm not treating the Chiefs as they are.
And Kansas City still plays the Bills, so if they wanted to run and they beat the Bills, and they might be back in play.
Yep.
And then they'd have the tiebreaker.
Possible.
So in that circumstance, you'd root for Baltimore. You might just root for. You know why I could argue you root for Baltimore? Baltimore's here to stay. Baltimore's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
They're going to lose some dumb games along the way.
You're going to make the playoffs, and you're probably you might.
And
have to
they're probably going to win the division. The odds that they just fall apart to me are not realistic. Right. They're too good.
They've lost to 2 Super Bowl contenders in one possession losses.
Right. Meanwhile, if they just annihilate Kansas City, put them down, which kind of idea, which is. All right, sure, Baltimore's still only 3 back of me in the 1 seed race, which might be more threatening. You could argue that one way or the other, but I know they're good. Let me just see them destroy the Chiefs, and everybody just sees, okay, this isn't going to happen again with Kansas City. They're not going to win these dumb games, these close games, get these bounces in their direction. They're 1-3 now. Maybe the Chargers are 4-0, and it's the Chiefs having to stare directly at you got to go on the road to start the playoffs if you're going to make it at all.
Well,
because that's not happening to Baltimore.
All of that means that you're still thinking about the Chiefs. To say, I want them 1-3, I want them to go on the road, is to treat them like they are a legitimate threat still. And if you want to do that, I don't think you're nuts. I might be crazy myself. I'm sitting here telling you, do not write off the Ravens yet, and I am writing off the Chiefs. I think they look so bad that they're not going to be fixed this year.
Yeah,
maybe Rice and Worthy come back and they get more explosive, and it all comes together, and it's going to take some time to do that. But if you're thinking I want the Chiefs to be sunk, it's because you're afraid on a level, and this would be justified, right? That if they get in, they're still dangerous.
They are, though, aren't they?
Who's more dangerous, the Chiefs or the Chargers?
The Chargers. I would say the Chargers.
Are the 4-0 Chargers something you worry about more than the potential 1-3 Chiefs? Because if you are rooting for the Chiefs to get to 1-3,
that's true. But how many teams in the AFC would you say that about? I think the Chiefs are down, and I don't think they're nearly as good as they've been. But how many teams in the AFC would you confidently say right now that's a tougher matchup than the Chiefs are? I would say it about Baltimore.
Yeah.
I would say it about the Chargers. Am I done?
Probably.
They're still third.
In the AFC, you're probably done.
So they're still there. Like, they might not be the same, but am I more afraid of Daniel Jones and the Colts? How ridiculous would that sound right
Indiana
now?
Jones, please. I'd like to refer to him as Indiana Jones from this point forward.
I put a poll up like 20 minutes ago. What's their toughest matchup? Baltimore, Kansas City, the Chargers, or someone in the NFC. Mm-hmm. Chiefs are in last in the poll.
Isn't that because they beat the Chiefs every year? And they beat them every year, even though they lose these stupid playoff games.
I still would love for them to just be down. That's the point. And I guess them going on the road does mean you could play them earlier. So it's not even really accomplishing that goal. But they might not make it out of the wild card round. The way they look, they could lose a road wild card game at the Chargers in week 1 of the playoffs easily.
Yep. One other thing that is building, it's week 3. We've got to do a ton of this if it's week 3. Yeah. But here's something that's building. If the Bills are the 1 seed and do not make it to the Super Bowl, the group of people that are I think Sean McDermott is a good coach, and I'm not eager to make a change. If they were to get the 1 seed and not make it, that group would be fractured. A lot would move to, you know what? Regardless of how it goes, you know what? I need a change. Like, I'm not driving that bus. I haven't seen the game. I don't know what happens. But to finally get the one thing they haven't gotten and to still fall short if they were to do it, I think we are building toward a monumental expectation game because they are, again, minus 150 to be the 1 seed, a huge favorite. The biggest contender for that, at least heading into the season, was probably Baltimore. They're 1-2. We're talking about them going 1-3. Chargers, Colts, like new kids on the block to a level compared to the Bills. So, I mean, we're just building toward that. I don't think there's any denying it. 803-0550 to John in Detroit. Hey, John, good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing? I just wanted to make a quick comment, and I get interested in your guys' comments. I've been hearing it all off season about the Ravens. I heard about it before the playoff game, how the Ravens have the better roster, and almost like Bills fans and other people across the media said that they were more of a bigger worry for the Bills than the Chiefs were.
Yep.
And I understand a lot of people, Bills fans, me in particular, we had disdain for the Chiefs, but just, taking yourself out of it, I mean, they're the team that's beat us for the past 5 years. They're the team that's been the 7 straight AFC championships. And people talk about the Ravens like they're the 85 Bears. It's just, I think their roster's overrated. I think their corners are overrated. Their guards are not good. And as much as people probably don't critique it as much as they should, Lamar's been pretty terrible in the playoffs. And so if the Ravens get in, then they get in. The team that I had more respect for, the team that's done it over and over again, the team that has shown, even if they're not playing at their highest level in the regular season, has been the Chiefs. And I think the Ravens talk is just kind of getting into bizarre land, but I'm interested in your guys' comments.
Yeah, thanks, John. I would simply, as a thought exercise, ask one question. How would this all sound if the pass that tips off of Dawson Knox's hand does not land in Keon Coleman's arms? The Bills are 2-1 and the Ravens are 2-1 and the Ravens have the tiebreaker. Right? Mm-hmm. Easy with how bad and overrated they are. They're a deflected fourth down pass.
Yep.
From, at that point, the Bills come back. They were still 2 scores down with not much time left. And without that deflected touchdown, which is a bit fortunate. Again, the Bills had to do the rest of the comeback. But, I just want to make a small point about how close we all are to both the Bills and Ravens are 2-1, and the Ravens have the tiebreaker.
Yeah. I guess for me...
This is just a point about it. It's gone your way. Like, things are going your way.
Yep.
You don't have to apologize for that. It's not fake. But all the stuff about how good the Ravens are, I still think they're darn good, and I think they're much better than the Chiefs, and I think they'll beat the Chiefs.
For me, it's not even as much about the Week 1 game. It is... That's right. Jackson has not elevated in the playoffs. In fact, 10 touchdowns, 7 picks is so far below what his bar should be. For me, it's a bet on that's not going to last forever. And I don't want to be the team standing there when it ends, because I think it will end. Jackson's playoff decline, whatever you want to call it, eventually, I think he shows out in the postseason. I think he's too good to not have that happen eventually, like it did for Peyton Manning or whoever else that couldn't get it done in the playoffs and didn't perform in the playoffs, and then eventually they did. So that's why I have that respect for Baltimore. I don't believe that he'll have that level of playoff production the rest of his career. I think eventually he's going to do it.
I tend to agree. I also think that the playoff stuff with Lamar, again, the game here, they made mistakes. Other guys made bigger ones. Andrews with a drop, right. Andrews with a fumble.
Yep.
I mean, Lamar
putting that ball, that was the worst play of that game by EPA.
Was the fumble.
The fumble.
He got the fumble, the interception.
Yep.
He was
but even that, that's 2. I don't know that you're going to get 2 from him.
No.
That was a good bet the Bills made. It was the way they needed to win with that roster, and it paid off. They got their mistakes from him, and they got their mistakes from others, and it won. But I'm not just going to assume that he's going to give you that every game.
803-0550 to join us. Gina in Delaware. Hey, Gina, good morning.
Oh, hold on, guys. Oh, sorry. I get ready for work while I'm waiting for you guys. I enjoy the show so much. You know that already. So listen, my answer has changed 5 times since I've been holding. When I originally was going to call, I was going to tell you, no brainer, the Ravens. We know the Ravens. It's like they're our buddies. We know them. I want to play the Ravens. That's the way to the Super Bowl. But then after listening to you guys, you're right. We could easily be 2-1. So now I'm like, okay, if we're driving the bus to the Super Bowl, by the way, another comment, I would be on that bus. I have always been a huge, huge believer, fan, and total respect for Sean McDermott. 100. But I will be driving that bus. If we make it all the way to the Super Bowl and lose it, oh yeah, I'm sorry, Sean. I will be on that bus. As far as Kansas City, I want to play Kansas City. My answer has changed. Because if we're going to make it to the Super Bowl, and you guys, I'm very nervous when you guys are talking so confidently. Yes, we should be confident. But at any point, something can go wrong. At any point. Let's not be too confident. So my final answer is, I want to play Kansas City. Because they, to me, are the ones standing in our way to the Super Bowl. Final answer, go Bills.
All right, thanks, Gina.
They might not be.
Yeah,
they might not even be there for the Bills to beat. That's the storybook path includes beating them, but I don't know that they're going to be there. They don't look good.
No, they don't.
At all.
Now they're banged up.
And now it's actually resulting in losses.
And maybe the Bills have a banged up stretch. I mean, that might be right now, right? Hairston and 2 suspensions. And Ed Oliver. Yep. So the Bills might be in their banged-up stretch, too. The Chiefs are in their banged-up offensive stretch, missing 2 wide receivers, 2 of their best. So, right. Could things go wrong? Yeah, sure. The Bills could have offensive injuries. Something, by the way, that never happens to them.
Right.
Knock on wood. The Bills don't have injuries on the offensive side of the ball. They just don't get them.
Did we decide, does this would count?
It does count.
This counts. The other thing is the Chiefs, do the Bills have... Let me ask you, the Bills have 2 players you could take off the offense, and it would look completely different the way it might look right now in Kansas City?
The non-quarterback.
Non-quarterback.
If I could take 2 players off the Bills' offense, it would look very different.
Because that's the perception right now, is you take Worthy and Rice off the Chiefs, and this is how they look, and it'll look different when they're back. Is that true of any 2 Bills?
Well,
if I took the tackles away, maybe it would have to.
I was going to say, if you were to try to do that, let's say you're playing, the Chiefs have a voodoo doll or something like any two Bills players off their offense, who would you pick? Not Allen, but
if I were the Chiefs, I could take two off the Bills.
You could take two off the Bills' offense, and that you think would do the most damage for them to lose.
I think I'd take two linemen away, right? I think I'd take Dawkins and Brown. I don't think I.
You want to
Are you going to say Cook?
Say it, Cook.
I don't know that I would say it.
You have to say it.
You could say the tackles.
You have to say Cook. You have to say Cook. He's so much better than the other guys.
But my bet would be that if I take their tackles away, I'm taking Cook away.
Right.
They're not going to be able to run it on me the same. That I can stop Cook doing that.
Okay.
And also maybe I could get Josh an extra time or two.
And if you took Cook away, you might actually play yourself because the Bills would throw the ball more.
That's what I mean. Like,
okay.
But Cook would maybe be my next guy. Like after that.
Yeah.
What I was getting to is that the Chiefs.
It's Cook and Jackson Hawes. Is that your pick?
Yeah, Jackson Hawes.
Hey, respect. He's been a nice find for them.
They don't have what Baltimore has, what the Bills have, what the Lions have, what Green Bay even has to an extent. All these great teams around the league. It feels like, all right, your pass game isn't working. We're leaning into this physical ground attack that we can churn out 28, 30-point performances doing it that way without our quarterback having to do anything special. And Kansas City does not have that. And I can respect what they're trying to do with Rice and Worthy if they come back, reestablishing a downfield attack. But now you're seeing what happens when they don't have them, and you don't have a ground game to lean into.
Well, that's the ultimate, mind bleep, because they've never had that, and they win the Super Bowl all the time.
I know.
They've never been good at running it. Pacheco stinks.
Well, now's the real test because they're like the only team amongst those contenders that can't run it. Right?
But they never have been able to.
I guess the Chargers, can't run it. Well, they're running it fine a little bit, but the Chiefs can't run it all. Mahomes, their leading rusher, still by a lot.
Yeah.
So
he might end the year there.
This will be a real test. Like, all right, let's see what that looks like. You can't run it. Everyone else is decided. You got to run the football.
And they've gotten good at it. The Bills, the Ravens, the Eagles, the Lions.
So if everybody else...
The Niners, it's been key for the Niners.
Yep. If everybody else is winning 12, 13 games and they're deep into the playoffs, and this is the year where, Kansas City only won 9 and they lost in the wild card round.
They'll say it's because they didn't have a run game.
Everyone's going to say it's because of the run game.
Even though they won 3 Super Bowls without a run game.
Right.
So I don't... Right. Like, what's the voodoo that they've lost? 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. You can give us a ring, and Johnny has. We'll go to Johnny. Hey, Johnny, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. I heard you talking about maybe McDermott on the hot seat. I know it's a little early. If we get the 1 seed and we don't make the Super Bowl, or win the Super Bowl even, but I think if we don't get the 1 seed at this point, you got to put them on the hot seat, right? Look at the rest of the schedule for the rest of the year. The games in hand we have on these teams. I think Baltimore is going to absolutely obliterate the Chiefs this week. The Lions are a good team. I know they didn't have a good week 1, but that's a well-coached team. They were, I know they slipped against the Commanders last year in the playoffs, but they were a really good team, and they can run the ball, and the Ravens just had no answer. So, I really do think the Chiefs aren't built for this, and maybe they're different when Rice comes back, but the AFC is down this year. If you can't get the 1 seed this year, when are you going to get it? And, I know we've been back to the playoffs. I know we've had chances in the AFC Championship game, but if you can't get the 1 seed this year and you had your moment with, I still have 13 seconds hanging in the back of my head. Like that was, the team's moment. That was Josh's moment. He went on the field, threw a great pass to Gabe Davis, and you think, I know we had other games we had to win. We had to beat Cincy. We had to win the Super Bowl as well, but still, those things compile on each other, and it's like, guys, you have to get it done at some point, and if we don't get it done this year, then when are we going to get it done? And one last thing is that I just feel like we are still a piece away on defense, and I know, I'm with you, Jeremy, I love the wide receiver train, but you're telling me somebody like Sexy Dexy in the middle wouldn't help? I'm not saying he's for sale. I'm not saying that at all, but they are 0-3, and would you kind of trade maybe a piece and a few draft picks for a guy like Dexter Lawrence to really help anchor the middle of that defense, give Ed Oliver more of like a free run here. I just feel like having another piece in the middle for if we play the Ravens in the playoffs, which I think, that's a collision course waiting to happen. You've got another piece in the middle that can help stop that run game, help anchor it, and give your pass rushers more time to get there. But, guys, I think if we don't win it this year, it's kind of do or die this year for McDermott, in my opinion.
I mean, thanks, Johnny. Dexter Lawrence is a $25 million cap hit. Like, anybody would say, should you go out and get one of the top 3 players at their position for a couple of draft picks? The point in general, will Bean feel motivated to go? If we're at the deadline, I mentioned, listen, you don't have to the gambling numbers. The Bills are minus 150 for the 1 seed today. If on deadline day they're minus 350, it is just 3-game lead on the Chargers have lost, the Colts have lost. You're just so set up. Would he view this as it's the best chance we've ever had? We're gonna get that number 1 spot. We got a great look at it as long as something cataclysmic doesn't happen, and I'm going to go out and go big. I'm going to trade my first-round pick. I'm going to push in for whatever. You could make a case to do that. The question is, who's available? And for a guy like Dexter Lawrence, you need, A, the Giants to make him available, and B, you need him to somehow fit in with a $25 million cap number. So,
or at the deadline 12 because it'll be half over. Right?
Okay,
but even still, I don't know if they have that. But there will be players available by deadline time that I think will be really interesting to talk about depending on the position. Yeah. If Lawrence was one of those guys, sure. Can you find a way to manage to get that in because he's an unbelievable player? Is there a star safety that became available? Is there a wide receiver? Is there a corner? Corner could be it.
Yes.
Corner could be it.
Yes.
If Trey White is looking up and down and Hairston is, coming off the injury, we don't know how much we fully trust this. And, oh, wow, this guy's available. This Pro Bowl level corner is available on a really bad team. We could just have him for a 3rd-round pick. I think they'll be tempted. Pass rusher could be that too.
Could. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. The results of that Twitter poll. I posted it again. Would you rather go 17-0 or 15-2? Want to guess the results?
This is the old poll?
This is the new one.
This is the new one?
Just posted it today. I got Zane.
Come on, people. More are going to say 17-0.
Well, funny thing, Zane wrote in, why would you pick the worst record? And 15-2 is winning the poll.
Come on.
We'd rather go 15-2 than 17-0.
Bunch of chickens. Come on. Bunch of chickens.
I mean, come on. Can you blame us?
Get 17-0. You don't want the smoke?
I just think it doesn't matter. Then what I would say. I think it doesn't really matter.
I think it doesn't matter until you win it. And then it matters a lot.
Even then, that is just what? I get to say my team was better than yours?
You get to... It's a legacy thing.
Put it this way.
You can't tell me who won the Super Bowl in 1976, but can you tell me who had a perfect season?
Put it this way. The Bills win the Super Bowl this year. And then next year, Baltimore goes unbeaten and wins it. And a Ravens fan says to you, yeah, but my team went 17-0. What's your response? I don't care. I don't care. I got mine. I just... Sure, congratulations. People in 40 years remember you. I won't forget my teams. I'm not saying it's worthless. Just if we get to a spot where that's a conversation late in the season, you're not going to find me caring about it.
You also get to take it from Miami, who, by the way, they still get together and have champagne every year the final undefeated team loses.
That's true.
That'd be pretty cool.
And when the Bills lose to the Saints this week, people are going to be mad at us.
Because they're not going to lose to the Saints.
Of course not. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Howard picks the Bills at 8:30. He has previously picked them to go unbeaten.
We discovered that.
That has happened before.
Years ago, though.
He's not going to pick that today. I'm not going to let him. 803-0550. It's Jeremy and Joe. And give us a ring. We've got 5 Sabres goal song nominees.
Yep.
Maybe we'll sprinkle those in throughout the day.
Including yours. The one that you voted for.
Yes. I suggested, someone sent it to me forever ago, and I thought, yes, that's the right pick. So it's not exactly mine. I have just been a champion of Swords of 1,000 Men, of course. Sabres won last night 4-0. They're home for Columbus this evening.
I saw the train horn didn't make it onto there because a couple people had been voting for the train horn.
Really?
Yeah.
As the goal song?
Just blow the train horn.
Interesting. All right.
It's not really a song.
No.
So I don't even know if it was eligible.
Somehow the old goal song made it to the final five, and that's
we got to talk about that. It's very strange.
It's very puzzling. All right. Give us a ring. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Updated odds to be the 1 seed.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yep.
Folks, it's week 3.
Yep.
The Bills are minus 150. The next closest is the Chargers at plus 470.
Yeah.
And the next closest is still Baltimore at plus 800.
Right.
In the NFC, of course, nobody's in the minus money. But
yeah, who's the favorite in the NFC?
Eagles, plus 260.
That's a huge difference.
Minus 150 to be the 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to enter into, if the season goes like this, and, what if everything works out? We're going to enter a lot of let's get stupid conversations. We really are.
Yeah.
Where it's, should you start to use these weeks to practice? I mean, I don't even know. I haven't gotten all the way there yet.
Part of it was one thing. I'm like, all right, the most exciting part about this season is the chase for the 1 seed.
And
what if the chase is over by October?
It probably won't be because the Chargers...
It won't be over?
Somebody else will stay good. And they're teams the Bills don't play. That's the wrinkle here. We're all over here looking at Chiefs and Ravens playing this week, and somebody's going to go to 1-3. That's great. You already beat the Ravens. You have the chance to beat the Chiefs. You don't have any say in what the Chargers or the Colts do this year. So that's one part of the 1 seed race that will be different, where you could go out and go 13-4 or 14-3, and you're talking 1 seed on tiebreakers. It won't be a head-to-head.
Right.
So what does that ultimately mean? The Chargers have to go 15-2? They might. How good are they? They have 3 straight division wins, and they won an international game to open their season. They're in good shape. Updated odds to be the 1 seed.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yep.
Folks, it's week 3.
Yep.
The Bills are minus 150. The next closest is the Chargers at plus 470.
Yeah.
And the next closest is still Baltimore at plus 800.
Right.
In the NFC, of course, nobody's in the minus money. But
who's the favorite in the NFC?
Eagles, plus 260.
That's a huge difference.
Minus 150 to be the 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to enter into, if the season goes like this, and what if everything works out? We're going to enter a lot of let's get stupid conversations. We really are.
Yeah.
Where it's, should you start to use these weeks to practice? I mean, I don't even know. I haven't gotten all the way there yet.
Part of it was one thing. I'm like, all right, the most exciting part about this season is the chase for the 1 seed.
And
what if the chase is over by October?
It probably won't be because the Chargers...
Will it be over?
Somebody else will stay good, and they're teams the Bills don't play. That's the wrinkle here. We're all over here looking at Chiefs and Ravens playing this week, and somebody's going to go to 1-3. That's great. You already beat the Ravens. You have the chance to beat the Chiefs. You don't have any say in what the Chargers or the Colts do this year. So that's one part of the 1 seed race that will be different, where you could go out and go 13-4 or 14-3, and you're talking 1 seed on tiebreakers. It won't be a head-to-head.
Right.
So what does that ultimately mean? The Chargers have to go 15-2? They might. How good are they? They have 3 straight division wins, and they won an international game to open their season. They're in good shape.
Game Day donuts are back. Chocolate frosted, Dunkin' crushed pretzel and chips, drizzled with red and blue frosting. Plus football frosted donuts, red, white, and blue sprinkle donuts, and more. Order your Game Day donuts ahead of time for in-store pickup at paulasdonuts.com.
Ravens fall to 1-2 on the season with a 38-30 loss to the Lions last night on Monday Night Football at home. The Ravens will next play the Chiefs, who are also 1-2. So one of those two teams are going to be 1-3 after Week 4. Bills and Saints on Sunday. The Bills at 3-0, tied atop the AFC with the Chargers and the Colts. Elsewhere around the NFL, Nick Bosa is out for the season in San Francisco with a torn ACL. Brian Dable would not commit to Russell Wilson being his starting quarterback in Week 4. We'll see if Jackson Dart gets his first NFL start. Sabres were in action last night, a 4-0 win over the Columbus Blue Jackets in preseason game number 1. Bo Byram among the Sabres goal scorers. They are back at home tonight for the first preseason game at home, 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. You can listen to the game here on WGR. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Sabres with the takeaway. Tage Thompson holds it, fires, scores! Here you go, Steve. Little TNT to open the scoring here.
This is one of the Sabres goal song finalists. Tage did not score that goal last night. They're in Columbus, but we're just trying them on.
Did they re-sign Jeff Skinner? This feels like this would be a Jeff Skinner goal song.
Yeah. Listen, this song's got some juice.
Yes,
I don't mind
does.
it. The only problem with it as a goal song, and it's not actually a big problem, it's just kind of what they've done before a little bit, right?
This one?
It's Jeff Skinner, like you said. But
it was only Skinner. It wasn't
sure,
like the...
it's a vibe. I wouldn't hate it, but it's not my top choice. One of the 5 finalists for Sabres goal song. They're home tonight. They should be trying these out tonight, tomorrow. They've got 5 finalists,
Test
right?
them out. Mm-hmm.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning.
Except for Kickstart My Heart, because we already know what that one sounds like.
So, Kickstart My Heart makes the 5 finalists again. And it was not a...
Yep.
It was very odd because it was miscast. It's a good sports arena song. It's good to start a game with. It's just a little bit of an odd choice for a goal song, and them threatening to bring it back is a little bit of, wait a minute. If they have a contest for a new goal song and they just say, like, oh, you know what? The one we had before. All right.
Right.
I don't
so
like
in that
it.
way, like, it can't really be a finalist, can it?
I don't know.
If you can't seriously picture them picking that song,
Sure.
then it shouldn't really be a finalist.
Listen,
But I don't know.
Goal song conversations, if you're mad about the goal song conversation, we talk about the Bills making the Super Bowl in the playoffs, and people will write in, how we're talking about the Super Bowl. It's week 3. Like, all right, let's shift to goal songs. Like, what do you want from us?
Right, yeah.
Whatever. It's all good. We're doing our best. On this conversation about goal song, very quickly, like Swords of a Thousand Men by Ten Pole Tudor is a song about swords and drinking beer and going to battle. And like that to me feels
that works.
Right.
That works.
I will say, however, I have a little bit of a fear of the dog that caught the car. Like if they actually pick it, wow. We did it.
Yeah.
I envision a world where 10 years from now they're scoring goals and we are doing the hoorah thing in the crowd and a 10-pole Tudor cover band is playing in Party in the Plaza ahead of the playoffs.
Uh-huh.
And that can't really happen with that song. That every time we touch, right? It's not going to happen that way.
No.
You're not going to sing along to it. It's just going to clap and dance. And I'm looking to sing. I want to sing. I do think the Oasis song that's up for a finalist has a shot at this and is also a reasonable choice.
How long did you make that timeline for when we're all sitting in Party in the Plaza singing?
10 years.
10 years?
I was 10 years for everybody to get to learn the song and sing along. It's going to take some time.
Not 10 years for them to make it.
Let's hope not. Hey, they looked great last night. 4-0 over Columbus.
The Blues tweeted out a funny tweet, which was, hey, remember, guys, it's preseason. If we win, this matters. This is good for the season. If we lose, it doesn't matter. It's preseason.
True. Love it. 803-0550. Talking about the AFC with the Baltimore Ravens looking at 1-2. The Chiefs are 1-2. One of those teams will be 1-3 when they play next week. Week 4 in the NFL. Bills and Chargers will both be expected to go to 4-0. The Chargers play at the Giants. The Bills play home against the Saints. And Eagles and Bucks, a battle of 2 unbeatens. Somebody's taking a loss there. So,
come on, Giants. Don't start Russell Wilson again.
I mean, they might turn to Jackson Dart. It sounds like it's on the table.
Or Jameis.
Listen.
If they don't want to play the rookie yet, and they're like, hey, we want to keep going with the veteran, Jameis would be better than Russell Wilson right now, wouldn't he?
Well, anybody that has Malik Neighbors anywhere in fantasy.
Give me Jameis Winston.
Jameis
Please.
Winston.
I would give them anything for Jameis to be the quarterback.
It has to be Jameis.
Neighbors would catch 300 yards in a game.
Brandon in Buffalo. Hey, Brandon, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
I just want to talk about something that Sal said. Sal was on a show, I think it was yesterday, and he was just basically bringing up, and he told everybody to relax after the Miami game, and he told everybody to look around the league. The only problem that I have with that, and right now, watching that game last night against the Lions, I'm just a little worried because, like I said, I'm worried about our defense. Sure, we might have a high percentage of pressure rate, but as far as when it comes to getting sacks and actually getting to the quarterback, that's going to come down to the line, I feel, in the playoffs of us making it to the Super Bowl. Every year, I just feel like it's the same old thing with this defense. And like the caller said before I called in, if not this year, then when? You know, everything is feeling like it's lined up. Everything feeling like it's going good for us right now. And the main concern is not the offense. I think our offense is going to be good. You know, I think Gabe Davis is going to come back and he's going to play his little role. I'm very concerned about our defense, and I think a lot of Bills Mafia has a very big concern about that. So when Sal called in and told everybody to relax, I'm thinking like, no, it's the same old stuff every year with our defense. Every year it starts off like this. They always start off like this. Then in the middle of the season, they kind of get it together. Then at the end of the season, they kind of get it together. Then in the playoffs, it comes down to them getting a stop, and they can't get a stop. I just think that we just need to figure out something on our defense. Like you said, if trade deadline, pick somebody up or do something, man, because watching how everybody's playing and how people are getting to the quarterback and actually sacking them, and we're just putting pressure on the quarterback and not actually getting them to the ground, it's very concerning.
Yeah.
I'm very concerned about our defense. And you guys do a wonderful job, man. I just want to say thank you, and I'll listen in, man. Have a good day.
Thanks, Brandon. The one thing about the defense, you know, I don't need to say relax yet. I kind of came into the season thinking I'm not going to know anything about the defense until November because let's just look at what they've added right now. It's last year's defense with 2 rookie defensive tackles, Trey White and Joey Bosa. That's what's different. Is that it? Cole Bishop's the same. Taylor Rapp's the same.
Bishop is different, and then he only played like 5 games last year.
Okay.
Four games.
But so he can't prove anything. If you want to say a second-year safety that's a brand-new full-time starter, okay,
Yep.
Him too, instead of Hamlin. Sure. All right, Bishop. And like those aren't provably great assets. Bosa's looked really good. The rest, we're seeing flashes. A flash of Deion Walker here. Trey White looked good in camp. You know, they're only halfway to getting the new defense that they want. That'll include Michael Hoyt, Maxwell Hairston, who might be the 2 biggest pieces I thought about coming in this year with Bosa. So those are 1, 2, and 3. And 2 of the top 3 are not there yet. That's no guarantee they're going to be what they can be to full potential. The other thing about it is when I would say look at the rest of the league, what defense would you feel good about right now? Tell me a defense you feel great about.
Any defense in the league?
Any defense in the league.
I feel Cleveland looks great.
Cleveland's and are they a factor?
No.
Not. Okay. Who is a team
like the Texans look great?
Not a factor.
Don't care.
Whose defense? I think you got one team here, and it's the Packers. The Packers held the Lions to 13 and the Commanders to 18, and then went out and lost to the Browns.
But the Browns didn't do anything on offense.
I know.
They the only touchdown they scored, I think they started at the 5-yard line.
Right. What I'm getting at is look at the competition. All right? The Lions defense. Is it great? I mean, they gave up a ton to Baltimore last night. Yes, they got him on the ground for 7 sacks, but they got gashed all over the place in the passing game.
But they did better than the Bills did. They forced how many punts did they force?
Okay, the last time the Bills played the Lions, they scored 48.
Yep.
Who else? Tell me a defense you feel good about that's a contender. Baltimore? Nope. Chiefs? Do you feel like they're unbeatable?
Not unbeatable, but I think the Chiefs still have a pretty good defense.
Okay. Fine.
They have to.
Worrying about the defense, you just want it to be okay. If you have this offense, your defense does not need to be great.
Right.
The Chiefs have needed great defense. The Eagles, how good was their defense last year? It was pretty good.
Yep.
It got a little bit overrated by the way that they won in the Super Bowl. When they exploited a Kansas City offensive line and a Kansas City offense that wasn't very good, was not very good the whole year, and they got all over the Chiefs in that game. But the Eagles' offense was amazing last year. Mm-hmm. Barkley almost goes for 2,000. They don't lose a single game that Hurts and A.J. Brown both play. The Eagles lost how many pieces on their defense in free agency, and how are they? They're 3-0.
Yep.
So it's just a tough standard. You want the Bills' defense to show you that they're great. But the only way they can really do that is if they beat great teams. And the great teams, when they meet, often tend to come down to who got to 33. Like the Bills' defense against the Chiefs, did they do enough to win the game in the AFC Championship game? You could easily say yes if the Bills went down and scored a touchdown, but they didn't score that touchdown. And that's 2 years in a row where the defense made plays to get you the ball late and you didn't win. That's not to say it's a great defense in those games, but didn't they do what the Lions did last night? What the Lions do? They made enough plays. Mm-hmm. They got a ton of yards on them. Lamar throws for 288 and 3 touchdowns. Like if the Bills in the AFC Championship game give up 288 yards and 3 touchdowns, is that a good performance? No. But did they win the game like the Lions did last night? Like, okay, you did enough. So I just don't know what to do with what my measure for the defense should be. All I really need them to do is not statistically prove anything from September to December. It's going to come down to the AFC Championship game. Did they do enough? And whether or not they did enough comes down to whether or not the offense got it done when they needed to. What the Ravens defense, I'm sorry, the Lions defense, they forced that fumble at Derrick Henry. They got the 4th and 2. What do? Convert it. Go down, score. Up by 2 scores. Your defense is fine. What happens if they don't get that 4th down? Now your defense is back on the hook, and is Lamar going to go down the field and score again? Like, I know, complimentary football, all this is just to say, like, if you're out here looking for this defense to win your heart in September, I don't think it's possible. I really don't. They could have given up 0 points in their first 3 games, and we'd say, wow, this defense looks great. But we'll see what happens in January. So I think it's really hard. It's a tough standard.
I think they already missed the one opportunity you could have had for that anyway. Had they done that to Baltimore in week 1,
looked great.
If they had shut them down, 10 points, some crazy impressive performance, that could have done it. But you're not going to get that against the Jets and the Dolphins. The Jets, they forced 27 passing yards from their starting quarterback in that game. That's like got to be an all-time great performance for the team. And how much does it matter?
Doesn't.
How much does what they do Sunday against? I mean, really, right. The only thing that can happen is a negative. If Spencer Rattler comes out and throws for 300 yards and the game is 35-31 because you couldn't stop the Saints,
you feel bad.
You feel terrible. If they shut down the Saints, it's like, all right, on to the next.
Right. We kind of have to continue to view it like Ohio State versus Youngstown State.
Right.
They can't convince you they're going to win the college football playoff by how they play against Youngstown State, and that's the Bills and the Saints this weekend.
And that's where sometimes I think it's easier to focus on the offense in these games than it is the defense, because defensively, like a Saints-level offense, a Jets-level offense, a Patriots-level offense, you won't see those offenses in the playoffs.
Right.
But a Jets-level defense, a Saints-level defense, a Patriots-level, you will see those level of defenses in the playoffs. So that's where, like, I think it makes more sense to focus more on the offense, because the offense, the measuring sticks for those offenses, you will see that level of unit in the postseason. For the defense, these aren't really real measuring sticks.
Yeah.
Because they will not get to play a Spencer Rattler in the playoffs. The Bills might get to play a Saints-level defense in the playoffs, though.
803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Having ourselves a show here, folks. It's last night. Like, I don't know if it's got you charged up. I feel like we are.
I think you're just charged up because you got your 17 David Montgomery points.
You know, that did help.
It's a fantasy adrenaline.
It did help. More than that was the 25 combined from Andrews and Goff to keep me off the guillotine shop. Huge.
Right. Yep.
Forget all these accounts that tweet like, oh, wow, I bet David Montgomery won some people their games. How about getting you knocked out of guillotine? You thought
Yep.
you were made in the shade. Then he puts up like 30, and someone comes from behind and knock you out and guillotine. That's tough.
Yep.
Didn't happen to me, though. 803-0550, the phone number, 1-888-550-2550. We'll keep auditioning these Sabres goal songs. We'll talk to Paul later in the show. Howard picks the Bills at 8:30. Is unbeaten in the cards. I don't know. Seems the kind of mood he's in. All right, Jeremy and Joe, your calls on WGR. Russo, I don't know what to make of Russo. He got paid. He's always been pretty good. His career high in sacks is 8.
Yep.
That was last year.
Yep.
8. And 8 is a very, very far cry from the guys that are at the top. It's why he didn't get paid 40. It's why he got paid, what did he get, like 20?
22 or something, yeah.
He got 22.
He got like half what the top guys get.
Yeah, so you should expect about half what the top guys get. And 3 games in, there's not been a lot there. I know the PFF grade on Russo is pretty good. He's not been terrible. But, this team, I made this point yesterday, Joe. The pass rush conversation is a lot like the playoff conversation. I don't care how close you are. I don't care how much you should have won. You have to do it. You have to get there. And the Bills pressure rate for Russo. You can pressure rate you to death and say he's 4th in the league in pressure rate, which he's not. And if he had no sacks, you'd say, I don't care, man. You got to get the job done on one of these.
And didn't mostly get a bad game in that Chiefs loss last year?
Yes.
In the AFC Championship game. So that's what gets remembered. He did have a sack against both Baltimore and Denver in the playoffs last year.
Yep.
But those are the games that matter the most. And he's there for that Cincinnati loss, right? A couple years ago, too, where their defensive line got abused by backups on the snow. So, yeah, it's more about that. I'm not thinking about him, though, ever being all-pro premier pass rusher in the league.
Right.
He's probably just going to be a good player for a long, long time.
After last night, the Bills are still number 1 in pressure percentage.
Okay.
How often they pressure the passer? 30%. On the Ravens game, what's the thing that jumps out?
I cannot believe that any team in the league figured out a way to sack Lamar Jackson 7 times in a football game.
My answer is the exact same with slightly different phrasing. I can't believe Lamar Jackson took 7 sacks. When's the last time Josh Allen took 7 sacks in a ball game? Did you look it up?
I didn't look that up, but I did look up how many games ago you have to go to get to 7 Josh Allen sacks.
Is it like 10?
It's 11.
11 games.
Yeah, so regular season, I didn't look at playoffs. But last 11 regular season games, Allen's taken 7 sacks, and Jackson took 7 sacks last night.
Last night was sacks are a quarterback stat because Lamar Jackson was a disaster in the pocket.
Right.
Matt Harmon of Reception Perception and Yahoo Sports, he tweeted this out after I thought the same thing 10 times. Lamar Jackson took 13-yard drops.
Yeah, right. There was a second in 26 because he ran backwards.
Right. What are you doing? Dropping back so far that your offensive line cannot protect you, like running into sacks and dancing around. And
yeah.
I mean, Lamar, at the early stage of this game, it looked like the Ravens were unstoppable. And then all of a sudden, I think he just played a terrible game. I thought Lamar was bad in this game. He's not often bad, but he does have those games where he is just like, this guy, he does not have it tonight.
Yeah, it was tied for his career high in a game. He took 7 one other time against Pittsburgh in 2021. So most sacks he took in a game in 4 years.
Yeah.
And it's the only other time that he ever did it.
Sabres with the takeaway. Tage Thompson holds it, fires, scores! Here you go, Steve. Little TNT to open the scoring here.
All right, Jeremy and Joe, it is, it's not Bills Football Tuesday. Might as well be. Sabres are home tonight. They should play Swords of 1,000 Men. Get it started. One of the 5 finalists for the next goal song. What was the Thursday night game this week? Help me. Niners and somebody. Nick Bosa out for the year.
Yeah, and Purdy probably plays. It's Seahawks Cardinals.
Okay, Seahawks Cardinals.
Kyler Murray.
James Conner out for the year. Stat of the day for you on the Seahawks, and we got a wide open segment, so Joe and CJ, stick with us. We'll get to your calls right on the other side. But stat of the day on the Seahawks, they just played the Saints and went, bonkers against them.
Mm-hmm.
Sam Darnold,
77%
success rate, which is a career high for him. Down the field, he threw 6 of 8 on passes traveling over 10 yards, 146 and a touchdown. His average completion traveled 10 yards. Darnold.
Wow.
So
they're chucking it down the field.
Well, against the Saints.
Against the Saints.
So kind of my prediction for what happens. We were talking about our little our prediction. I think the Bills' downfield passing game will find some rhythm this week against the Saints. If it doesn't find it against this team, whatever, they'll be fine.
Again, though, it'll just be, they chose not to.
Right, that's right.
If they don't.
803-0550, Jeremy and Joe on the Chargers, on the Ravens at 1-2, on the Chiefs at 1-2. They play this week. We've kind of dabbled in what we should want out of that game. I don't have an answer for you yet. I got to think about it more. But Bills are in incredible shape to close down Highmark Stadium as the 1 seed, and it's 3 weeks in. They are a big favorite to get that spot. So give us a ring on that. Talking defense, talking, what this team's got to do going forward, and having ourselves a season. So give us a ring. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. The NFC, this is, of course, part of the conversation. The NFC looks a lot better than the AFC, at least in the middle. The AFC,
it's deeper.
The AFC looks like 3 good teams, and then 3 candidates as maybe these are good teams, and after that, please. Right. You're getting to Pittsburgh as your 6th best team in the AFC, 6th or 7th. They've been outgained in their games, and they are 2-1. Or they're 2-1, rather.
Yep.
Okay, if the Steelers are your 6th best team, you're in trouble. Meanwhile, in the NFC, I've got a couple of really threatening teams. If the Vikings had a quarterback, they'd be very good. The Bears might have some teeth. The Packers are good. The Lions are good. The Niners are good. The Rams are good.
The Bucks are good.
The Bucks are good. The Eagles are good. The Commanders are good.
Yeah.
Like, the NFC probably goes 9 deep.
Is Seattle good?
No.
No?
Seattle is not good.
They're not good?
They're not good. In fact,
they played close to the Niners and beat the Steelers by double digits.
That's right. And then they hammered the Saints. And
that's not bad. That's not a bad resume.
Some of the stats on the Saints led me to my conversation, my suggestion about that little new game we're going to play with the envelope where we seal our prediction, because I got a prediction for Bills Saints that directly draws on what happened in Saints Seahawks. On the Ravens game, what's the thing that jumps out?
I cannot believe that any team in the league figured out a way to sack Lamar Jackson 7 times in a football game.
My answer is the exact same with slightly different phrasing. I can't believe Lamar Jackson took 7 sacks. When's the last time Josh Allen took 7 sacks in a ball game? Did you look it up?
I didn't look that up, but I did look up how many games ago you have to go to get to 7 Josh Allen sacks.
Is it like 10?
It's 11.
11 games.
Yeah, so regular season, I didn't look at playoffs. But last 11 regular season games, Allen's taken 7 sacks, and Jackson took 7 sacks last night.
Last night was sacks are a quarterback stat because Lamar Jackson was a disaster in the pocket.
Right.
Matt Harmon of Reception Perception and Yahoo Sports, he tweeted this out after I thought the same thing 10 times. Lamar Jackson took 13-yard drops.
Yeah, right. There was a 2nd and 26 because he ran backwards.
Right. What are you doing? Dropping back so far that your offensive line cannot protect you, like running into sacks and dancing around. And Lamar... the early stage of this game, it looked like the Ravens were unstoppable. And then all of a sudden, I think he just played a terrible game. I thought Lamar was bad in this game. He's not often bad, but he does have those games where he is just like, this guy, he does not have it tonight.
Yeah, it was tied for his career high in a game. He took 7 one other time against Pittsburgh in 2021. So most sacks he took in a game in 4 years.
Yeah.
And it's the only other time that he ever did it. Lions over the Ravens on Monday Night Football, 38-30 in Baltimore. The Ravens dropped to 1-2 on the season. So for the AFC 1 seed, the Bills have a 3-game lead, including the tiebreaker over Baltimore. But they have the Chargers and the Colts tied at 3-0. The Ravens, by the way, next play the Chiefs, who are also 1-2. So one of those two teams is going to be 1-3 on the season. Elsewhere around the NFL, the 49ers losing Nick Bosa for the season to a torn ACL. They expect Brock Purdy back this week to start. He is going to practice throughout the week, according to Kyle Shanahan. Confirmed by the Cardinals that James Conner is out for the year. It's a foot injury, though, not an ankle injury. He had surgery and is done for the season. Trey Benson, their starting running back, going forward. Sabres in action last night. 4-0 win in preseason game number 1. First home preseason game is tonight, 7 o'clock, again against Columbus. We'll have that game right here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Sabres able to get the puck to center ice. Might have an odd man push here. 52 seconds to go. Right circle. Nice drag shot. Scores! What a shot. Constant Helenius makes it 4-0 with 48.7 seconds to go.
Sabres played last night, opened the preseason with a 4-0 win. They're back in Buffalo tonight for a home game with the Columbus Blue Jackets. 3 more Sabres games before the Bills play the Saints on Sunday. Sunday, 1 o'clock. Check the updated weather report for the Sabres and, sorry, not for the Sabres, for the Bills and the Saints. As of yesterday, looked like 70 and sunny, and right now it's going to be 70 and sunny. Truly elite weather for Sunday's 1 o'clock kickoff. Time at temperature, kick 70 degrees. Flyover radio returning.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes.
I've got the information.
All right.
I've got the information.
What does that mean? What the plane is going to be, or like what the?
I've got the contact information.
Okay, good.
To get us set for flyover radio for Friday.
Okay. Doesn't always have to be a plane, by the way. Could be a chopper
helicopter.
Of some sort.
Sure. Could be. So that returns. They were undefeated last year with flyover radio, so we're not going to stop. We'll keep it going. They haven't had one because they've had 2 primetime games, and then they have another primetime game.
They also didn't lose at home last year, so that helps.
Was that it, or was it the flyover radio? You tell me.
That could be it.
It's undefeated. So that's coming up. 803-0550. The Ravens lose. They are 1-2, and the Bills are 3-0. And here we go. It's a race for the 1 seed, and the Bills are out in front. If this were a football game, it's like 14-0 at the end of the first quarter.
Yeah.
And you might think, doesn't mean the game's over. No, that's right, but you should be feeling pretty good.
Well, it's a lot of games left, but it kind of comes down to like how to pick the Bills. How many losses do you expect the Bills to have? Like, what's their most likely total on losses right now? Is it 4?
I think it's 3.
3? Okay, let's say it's 3. They lose 3 games.
And 3, I'm including week 18 that they don't need.
And you could pick them wherever you want. You want to pick the obvious one, like they lose to the Chiefs, Bucks, and Eagles, or you want to put a surprise one in there. They lose to Cleveland and then lose 2 others because they beat the Chiefs or whatever. All right, let's say they lose 3. If they were to lose 3 games, which I don't even think is a guarantee, it could be 2, it could be 1, it could be 0, with their schedule. If they lost 3 games from here to the end, Ravens have to win out.
Yeah. Well, to be passed by the Ravens.
To be passed by the Ravens.
If they lose 3 games.
To be passed by the Ravens.
The Chargers lose 2, then that's that.
But that's the team I'd be most worried about for the postseason. So at the very least, this isn't necessary for the 1 seed. At the very least, it's going to be nearly impossible for them to have to go to Baltimore in a playoff game.
Right. If
they would have to do something drastically terrible or an injury, a bunch of injuries.
There's your answer. Root for the Chiefs this weekend. Because if you give the Ravens their 3rd loss, the Ravens have to run the table. The Chiefs would be 2-2, but you can still play the Chiefs. And we've already kind of established you could beat the Chiefs and thump.
Yep.
You could eliminate Arrowhead from your equation in November. And then Ravens and Chiefs, that's not happening. Your road would be Indy or LA if they can keep it up, and those 2 teams play each other a little bit later in the season as well. 803-0550, whatever. We're talking playoff picture, a bunch of stuff. If you watched last night, Lamar got sacked 7 times. That
does not happen.
I guess it's the 3rd time he's been sacked 7 times in a game, and that might have happened to Allen 3 times. The most recent time Allen was sacked 7 times, somebody sent this in. It's the Bills-Dolphins playoff game.
Okay.
And that must be the Skylar Thompson game. The Bills win 34-31, January of 2023. They got to Allen a bunch. Sacked him 7 times for 36.
Okay.
It's funny the way that, playoff this and playoff that. Allen in that game, his QBR in that game, which QBR is sacks, rushing, fumbles, turnovers, it is by far his worst game in the postseason. He threw for 352 and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
With 2 interceptions and 7 sacks and a fumble that got returned for a touchdown.
Yeah, I missed earlier because I had said the only other time Jackson had been sacked 7 times was against the Steelers in 21. He did get sacked 7 times once in a playoff game. And
Chargers,
yep.
Yeah.
And man, I'm looking at his game log. This doesn't get mentioned. It's always it's always touchdowns, interceptions, right?
Yeah.
That gets mentioned like, hey, Jackson doesn't perform in the playoffs the same way. Here's this. 10 touchdowns, 7 picks. That's always the thing that gets mentioned. How about this? In 105 NFL starts, Jackson averages 1.4 sacks taken per game. In 8 playoff games, he's taken 29 sacks.
Wow.
That's an average of 3.6. How about that?
That's the thing.
He gets sacked more than twice as much in
the
playoff
postseason.
games than he does in regular season games.
Well, you're speaking my language because I think sacks are the true difference maker when it comes to these top-level offenses and elite quarterbacks because you throw a pick that's a failed drive, and that's not good.
Right.
But these sacks are often failed drives too. And Josh does not take sacks.
Josh does not take sacks. Nope.
803-0550, our phone number. And he doesn't take sacks. I think there's three reasons. One, his own escapability. Two, his offensive line is very good to great. And three, the structure of the offense, quick throws. Yeah. You're not taking sacks on quick throws. So there's three things kind of built in that keep that number down to keep the Bills out of negative plays. 803-0550. We'll get some more calls in, and I got a fun little exercise. Sal tweets out every week, like this around today, Tuesday, the standings, the conference, the divisions, and all that. And the AFC playoff picture is currently hilarious.
Okay.
There's no other way to say it. It's hilarious.
Okay.
CJ in Buffalo first, though. Hey, CJ.
Morning, guys. Hey, I know you guys are talking about the defenses and everything, and I don't think it matters who you play week to week. I do think styles make fights. And I think in the playoffs, we always run into getting out-coached, whether it's a defensive coordinator versus Josh Allen or sending a full-out blitz as the Chiefs usually do when it's a 3rd and 4 or 4th and 2. And last year in the regular season, Josh Allen got away with it. In the playoffs, he threw a pass. I guess technically he got away with it, but it was an incomplete pass. I think the coaching matters way more in the playoffs than the players on defense do. And I say that, and once again, styles make fights. But last year, how many teams scored 30 against the Chiefs, or how many times did the Chiefs score 30 against other teams? But in the playoffs, it seems like they do it against the Bills yearly. And that's why I say it's a week-to-week thing. If an injury changes how you play, so many things change how you play. But until I see it in the playoffs, I don't care about the regular season. Hey, this defense looks good in the regular season. Okay, well, in the playoffs, they have to show it just like the Bills have to show it. Or the Bills always have an injury or 2 or 3, whether missing both linebackers or corners are out or Banter goes down with another concussion. Those things, I think, matter, and we're kind of like overlooking those things. We can just speak on defense. Oh, this defense is good. Yeah, now, yes, I agree. But until the playoffs, we'll talk then.
Thanks, CJ. On the Chiefs, just pulled this up. So how many times did the Chiefs score 30 last season because they put up 30 on the Bills, 32 on the Bills in the playoffs? It was their season high. And I like to make this point because, like you said, styles make fights and individual matchups matter. Why did the Chiefs score 32? Because they needed 32.
Yep.
Earlier in the season, they'd scored 29 against the Steelers. They didn't need 29. They won 29-10. If they needed 3 more points, would they have gotten it? Yes. They scored 27 against the Texans. They scored 21 against the Browns in a 14-point win. They scored 30 beating the Panthers. That was a goofy one. I remember that game. They scored 30 beating the Bucs in overtime. They scored 28 beating the Niners by 10. Had they needed another touchdown, could they have gotten it? Maybe. 27-20 over the Raiders. Had they needed more? 26-13 against the Saints. So you had them flirting with 30 all the time. 27, 26 against the Bills. The Bills put up points on the Chiefs like nobody else did. So you could say it's the defense, but it's a fight. It's what did it take to win that fight? How many times did teams score as many as the Bills did on the Chiefs? The answer, so the Bills put up 29 on the Chiefs. I mean, the Broncos put up 38, but that was a game that nobody cared about, right, when they didn't need it. Other than that, point totals given up by the Chiefs, 20, 25, 17, 10, 13, 18, 20, 24, 14, 30, the Bills, 27, 17, 17, 7, 19, 10. Why'd they not score 32 at any point prior? They didn't need it. And when they play the Bills, in the playoffs, they get what they need.
Right.
But I still do think if you're just looking at like, wow, they scored the most points than they scored all season. Right. That's what they needed. They always get what they need. Almost always. Last year they went 15-1. 15-2 because they gave away the last game.
This year they're not getting what they needed, though.
No, that's right. This year they're not. So,
what are they going to need on Sunday against the Ravens? Aren't they going to need 31 minimum?
They might.
They'll have to get to that 30-plus mark this week, and they don't look like a team. They don't look like a team right now to me that can just get that. Get to 31, get to 35. I don't know how they would do it. I guess it would just be they're going to keep chucking deep balls to Tyquan Thornton, but is that a way to live?
Last night, the Lions go 3 for 3 on fourth downs.
Yep. Huge.
Right
out of the gates, first drive, too.
Yep. And
Aikman on the broadcast, road team, you come down and get points on the opening drive, it's pretty good. Dan Campbell's like, I'm taking 7.
Yep. And the Ravens, they do beat themselves quite a bit. Bad play calls down in the red zone. They were terrible in the red zone in this game. Turnover from Derrick Henry on a fumble.
Yep.
Both teams were good on third down. There's another thing. 6 of 11, the Ravens on third down. 7 of 14, the Lions on third down. These are two good offensive teams. Anyway, 803-0550. Thanks, CJ, for the phone call. Mike in Buffalo. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. Right on topic. So I wanted to ask you guys, if we haven't talked about it yet, the decision by Baltimore to punt on 4th and 9 with 4.5 left. I personally was not a big fan. I mean, you give up 2 90-plus yard drives. They allowed 150-plus yards between the tackles on the ground. And I saw a number that they missed 20 tackles total in the game. It just was very visible that they were not going to, at least in my opinion, make a stop. It was the perfect scenario for the Lions to salt the game away. And I think I'd rather trust my quarterback to get 9 yards, even if it seems far with 3 timeouts, than to give the ball back to my defense.
Yeah, I saw some talk about that decision, which I don't really think. I doubt Harbaugh thought about it. He didn't go for 4th and 2 against the Bills, or 4th and 1 against the Bills late. This is 4th and 9, down 7 at your own 32. I could listen to a defense of that, but I would not believe for a second Harbaugh thought about going for that. And I don't know how many coaches. I don't even know if Dan Campbell would have gone for that. Maybe Campbell would have, but there's not many coaches I think that would have. But I get it. You're giving the ball back to the Lions, who
who would have gone for that?
A field goal ends the game. At that point,
sure,
because it would make it any score makes it 2 scores, or maybe they just run the clock out. That could happen too, because there's only 4 minutes and 32 seconds on the clock when you punt it.
Yep. Do you know what the win percentage was according to Ben Baldwin, ESPN, their model?
I would bet they lost a little.
3%.
They lost 3%?
That's
huge.
A lot. That's a big number. If Sean McDermott stays to his tendencies, he goes for that 4th and 9.
4th and 9, 4:32 to go, down 7?
Yep. He goes for
I don't
that.
know. Oh, man, I don't know.
3%. McDermott does not give away 3%. It doesn't happen. They don't do it.
Yeah.
Harbaugh did it in the Bills game against the Ravens. Here, when Hopkins catches that pass over the middle, it's 40-38. It's 4th and 2, 3. And
I think it's 4th and 3 against
close
the
to midfield.
Yeah.
And the model said go, and he punted.
Yep.
So I got Dan Campbell schooling John Harbaugh last night. That's part of what happened last night. Is Dan Campbell schooled John Harbaugh on what to do on 4th downs.
I mean, isn't Harbaugh the coach that deserves as much or more of the, hey, can McDermott ever win the big one, even though Harbaugh's won the big one? Because he makes mistakes on a weekly basis that are just out there to look at. And they're very sloppy as a team, right? And how much does he deserve blame for that?
They're consistently talked about as, we had a caller earlier, super talented roster.
Right.
They'll have 9 Pro Bowlers again like they do every year.
I wonder how much that one Super Bowl buys for him there.
I mean, if you win one Super Bowl, it buys you everything.
Would he be out?
Yes.
If it wasn't for that one Super Bowl? Because there's a lot of stuff with just everything, I think. It took them long enough to build an offense the way it's currently constructed, where they had an offense for years where Jackson would never line up in the shotgun. They wasted 4 years of their offense on Greg Roman doing that in the first place. You could go way back and find mistake after mistake that I think Harbaugh's made with that team. But he's got Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. It's any coach could come in there and win 12 games. But you're losing up all the time. You're making mental mistakes, coaching mistakes. I think he's a coach that deserves to be like a lightning rod right now.
How long has he been the coach? A lot more than 10 years?
I mean, since Brian Billick is the coach, right?
Right.
So, like 2008?
It's a long time. Because Ben Baldwin's fourth down site, I've lumped in the last, let's just do the McDermott era. 2017 to 2024. Does not include this year. But, like, if you look at the Ravens and how they're going for fourth downs, like, they're this year and last year, they're near the bottom of when they should go, and the Bills are near the top. Since 2017, the Bills are third in how often they go for it when they should.
Let's just put it this way. Harbaugh's been there so long that Dick Duran was the Bills coach.
Fair enough. If you go back to 2017 to 2024, the Ravens are actually near the top. What this indicates is that Harbaugh has turned into a wimp. He's back.
He didn't used to be.
He didn't used to be.
And now that he's got Lamar Jackson?
Maybe. He's backed off.
It's weird.
Yep.
Really weird.
They are not near the top where they should be. Giving up 3 points of win probability, like you just... Maybe it'll happen this year. You don't see McDermott do that. He does not get them that wrong. Joe in Maryland. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good. Excellent.
All right, I was going to talk about the Bills' 1-seed chance, but since you guys started talking about Harbaugh, I just want to throw it in there. I live in the area, and I would say a greater percentage of Ravens fans want that guy gone, like more than Bills fans want McDermott gone. They can't stand how much of a wimp he is on fourth down anymore. But back to the Bills 1 seed, after that loss last night, the picture is becoming even clearer. I mean, you could have your feelings on the Chargers and the Colts. The Colts bubble is going to burst eventually, but I still think the Ravens are our only threat for that 1 seed. But after last night, I mean, they would have to win out, and we lose 3 games.
Right.
Find me 3 losses on our schedule. And the Ravens they got to play the Rams within the next 2 or 3 weeks. And then towards the end of the season, they got to go to Lambeau. Those are 2 losable games. If they lose one more game, it's over. Barring catastrophic injury, I don't see the Bills losing 4 games.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I think the biggest threat for the Bills of the 1 seed is the Chargers. I think the Ravens, it's over. 3-game lead. Like you said, if that's without them losing to the Chiefs. You have a 3-game lead on the Ravens right now. 2 in the standings, 1 on the tiebreaker. So I guess the only way you could lose it to the Ravens is if the Ravens beat the Chiefs and the Chiefs beat the Bills. Now I have a 3-way it goes to conference record instead of head-to-head.
Yep.
So there's one way the tiebreakers could get weird. But I think the Chargers are the number 1 threat for the 1 seed. 803-0550.
And they play the Giants this week.
They do. I mentioned that the playoff picture right now is hilarious. Can I give it to you?
Yeah. Okay. What is it? So is it so hilarious? This would never actually be the playoff picture. You would never foresee this being what it actually is. Week 1 of the wild card round. That's how bad it is.
I just want to. Yes, it's hilarious.
Okay.
So Sal does this on Tuesdays. He tweets out, "Hey, here are the AFC standings." The 1 seed right now belongs to the Chargers. They have
the tiebreaker is.
They have the best strength of victory.
Okay.
Chiefs, Raiders, and who they beat last week? Denver. Best strength of victory. So the Chargers are the 1. The 2 is Indy.
Okay.
They have a better strength of victory. I think. What do they have? They have over the Bills. They have something.
Indy. It's not the same thing.
Indy has...
Because the Bills' opponents only have 1 win.
It's not. Indy's opponents, exact same strength of victory. This doesn't really matter. That might come down to point differential. Okay. It's all the way down to net touchdowns.
Gotcha.
Whatever. Here are your matchups. If the playoffs started today,
okay,
Baltimore at Indy.
Ooh. Baltimore at Indy.
Baltimore, the 7
that's
seed
funny.
at Indy. That's
at
funny.
Daniel. Is that escape the traditional Saturday afternoon wild card window?
Maybe. It only gets funnier from here.
Okay.
Jacksonville at Buffalo.
Okay. The Jags.
The Jags at the Bills. And then the 5-4, Pittsburgh at Cincinnati.
What?
Yes. Cincinnati is currently
2-1.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Well, that is where this will not.
Here's what I'm going to ask.
What actually happens.
Here's my fun question for you. Here's my fun. Let's get stupid. Okay.
Uh-huh.
My let's get stupid is sure the 1 seed would be great. Would you take this playoff field on this exact setup? You only get 1 game, but it's Jacksonville
Yeah.
And then you're going to play the winner of Cincy and Pittsburgh, probably because Baltimore beats Indy and goes to L.A.
It kind of, would you rather not be the 1 seed in that situation?
No. You wouldn't, but still, look at this field.
Yeah.
There are 3 tomato cans in here.
Right.
The Steelers, the Bengals, and the Jags.
The Bengals are big for that.
Yeah.
Right, because if I'm playing...
Although, wait a minute, does Burrow come back? By December? By the playoffs? Maybe that's
They said
different.
3 months.
All right. 803-0550.
Yeah, not as good.
It's
not
as
good anymore.
It's a little mini let's get stupid, but man, the defense, what a playoff picture.
Yeah.
Howard's here. He's going to pick the Bills.
And the Chargers. No, I'm just kidding.
Maybe we'll make him.
We could make him. He's not ready for that.
What's going to happen if this whole season goes exactly perfectly? Everything is lined up, and then in the AFC Championship game, it's oh, actually, Justin Herbert just picked you apart, and you lost to the Chargers. What? Who? Who is this?
I can't even fathom that.
Who is this new character in my drama?
Right. And then we'll revisit our training camp question where we all said we'll take the Chargers being great because it knocks the Chiefs down.
And Bills they're going to be fine. They're going to be just fine. Howard Simon picks the Bills. Paul Hamilton checks in final hour recap of last night's Sabres win over the Blue Jackets. They're home tonight as well. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Russo, I don't know what to make of Russo. He got paid. He's always been pretty good. His career high in sacks is 8.
Yep.
That was last year.
Yep.
8. And 8 is a very, very far cry from the guys that are at the top. It's why he didn't get paid 40. It's why he got paid, what did he get, 20?
22 or something? Yeah.
He got 22.
He got half what the top guys get.
Yeah, so you should expect about half what the top guys get. And 3 games in, there's not been a lot there. I know the PFF grade on Russo is pretty good. He's not been terrible. But, this team, I made this point yesterday, Joe. The pass rush conversation is a lot like the playoff conversation. I don't care how close you are. I don't care how much you should have won. You have to do it. You have to get there. And the Bills' pressure rate for Rousseau, you can pressure rate you to death and say he's 4th in the league in pressure rate, which he's not. And if he had no sacks, you'd say, I don't care, man. You got to get the job done on one of these.
And didn't most think he had a bad game in that Chiefs loss last year?
Yes.
In the AFC Championship game. So that's what gets remembered. He did have a sack against both Baltimore and Denver in the playoffs last year.
No.
But those are the games that matter the most. And he's there for that Cincinnati loss, right? A couple years ago, too, where their defensive line got abused by backups on the snow. So, yeah, it's more about that. I'm not thinking about him, though, ever being all-pro premier pass rusher in the league.
Right.
He's probably just going to be a good player for a long, long time.
After last night, the Bills are still number 1 in pressure percentage.
Okay.
How often they pressure the passer? 30%. Updated odds to be the 1 seed.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yep.
Folks, it's week 3.
Yep.
The Bills are minus 150. The next closest is the Chargers at plus 470.
Yeah.
And the next closest is still Baltimore at plus 800.
Right.
In the NFC, of course, nobody's in the minus money. But
yeah, who's the favorite in the NFC?
Eagles plus 260.
That's a huge difference.
Minus 150 to be the 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to enter into, if the season goes like this, and, what if everything works out? We're going to enter a lot of let's get stupid conversations. We really are.
Yeah.
Where it's, should you start to use these weeks to practice? I mean, I don't even know. I haven't gotten all the way there yet.
Part of it was one thing. I'm all right, the most exciting part about this season is the chase for the 1 seed. And what if the chase is over by October?
It probably won't be because the Chargers
will be over.
Somebody else will stay good, and they're teams the Bills don't play. That's the wrinkle here. We're all over here looking at Chiefs and Ravens playing this week, and somebody's going to go to 1-3. That's great. You already beat the Ravens. You have the chance to beat the Chiefs. You don't have any say in what the Chargers or the Colts do this year. So That's one part of the 1 seed race that will be different, where you could go out and go 13-4 or 14-3, and you're talking 1 seed on tiebreakers. It won't be a head-to-head.
Right.
So what does that ultimately mean? The Chargers have to go 15-2? They might. How good are they? They have 3 straight division wins, and they won an international game to open their season. Like, they're in good shape.
Ravens dropped to 1-2 with a loss last night on Monday Night Football, 38-30 to the Detroit Lions. They play the Chiefs next, so one of those teams is going to be 1-3. Bills getting ready for the Saints. Off day today. There'll be an injury report tomorrow to begin the week for them. The Sabres won last night 4-0 in their first preseason game. They'll be back in action again tonight at KeyBank Center again against Columbus. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
So, Jonathan Simon is communications and media relations assistant with the Yankees. And Jonathan got married today. Jonathan and Carly, married in Manhasset. And Jason Zillow is here. He's the Yankees head of media relations. And his whole staff is at the wedding. So Jason's doing it alone. But Jonathan and Carly deserve the celebration. I agree. All of the people from the Yankees there. So, hope they're having a wonderful time. Congratulations on your marriage. Yeah, that's great. So,
Jonathan Simon gets the old shout-out on the Yes Network. Huge family of Yankee fans, those Simons. They love their Yankees.
What are you doing?
That's my go.
Howard's here to pick the Bills.
Don't ever say that. Don't even.
You're not on yet. Hold on. We got to get you up.
Sorry.
We get you your mic on.
I won't do it right. Okay.
Number one.
Yep.
So, your son got married.
Don't even joke about.
Well, hold on. You're still not up.
What you said. You said something about Simon being big Yankee.
Yeah, big Yankee fans. You guys are getting shout-outs on the Yes Network.
No. What am I wearing today?
You're overcompensating.
I'm overcompensating.
Double
Thank
Mets.
you, Dr. White.
You can't go two logos.
All this Met gear just to pretend you're not a Yankee fan.
It's actually been the biggest ruse ever. I'm actually really a Yankee fan.
I knew it.
And I just did this so people would not figure it out.
Yeah.
And you finally, it took you all these years.
I saw, there was a clip that went viral. Colin Jost and Scarlett Johansson, they're married. They were at a Met game.
Yep.
And she's wearing a Yankee hat in a booth, like in a suite at a Met game.
Wow.
Yeah, somebody posted like, "Hey, just grab a
It's
hat."
like,
oh, this one's New York.
It's
Elaine
Seinfeld
wearing the Orioles cap.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's yes, that was really cool. We're in the reception, and Jonathan came up to the table and he said, "Dad, we got a shout out. Carly and I got a shout out on the Yankee game, and one of Joanne's friends was watching too, and he sent me the clip. That's so cool. That was very nice of them.
Well, congratulations
Thank
to
you.
to your son, to
Thank
Jonathan,
you.
who's former. He's a colleague. He's been here. He's in the he's in the WGR tree.
He is. We had a great time. The only downside of the whole 4-day event was not being able to watch the Bills game Thursday night live. And I got to tell you, I can't tell you first the last time I did not watch a Bills game. And it was extreme. And I couldn't watch it on my phone. I had, other than checking the score.
So that's all you could see was the score?
That's it. I got to tell you, it was extremely frustrating and difficult. I was very stressed out not having access to the game. But we were having a family dinner. I couldn't exactly watch.
Yeah.
But it was all good. Everything was great. How you guys doing?
Good. I was just posting. Did you watch any of that game last night? Did you go to bed?
Did. No, I stayed up to watch it.
The whole thing?
I was doing work during the first half. I had it on, but then I really watched it in the second half.
Gotcha.
But I had it on. Yeah.
Now that you don't have to get up in the morning, you can watch a Monday Night Football game.
It was a late night, though.
Yeah.
Got to tell you, a little tired today.
Well, one thing before we get you picking the Bills here, I just checked at Ben Baldwin's fourth down bot, win percentage. Both the Ravens punt on 4th and 9, and the Lions go for it on 4th and 2, in the final two possessions.
Right.
Were 2 points of win probability added or more. The Ravens gave up on basically 3 points of win probability by punting, and the Lions went go for it and gained 2 points. And my point with all that is, as we talk about a lot of points here, Sean McDermott's resume indicates he would have gone for both of them.
I heard you talking about that. I'm with Joe. I wouldn't have been that positive if he was in Harbaugh's spot. He would have gone for that.
He does not.
He definitely goes for it in Campbell's spot. I mean, and nobody's surprised Detroit did it.
I don't know if the Bills use their own model or whatever, but I've seen Ben Baldwin for years, and I've seen a lot of charts and how the Bills do not make the big mistake on 4th down that often.
How nice is that, by the way, to live in that world?
To give up 3 points of win probability at that spot, McDermott does not often do that. So I lean towards, I think he goes. And the second one, I think he definitely goes.
He definitely goes.
With
There's
a lead
not even
in 2
a debate
yards.
about the second one.
Yeah.
Which is, by the way, nice to live in that world, too. Like, there's no question in my mind. The other one, I don't know.
Right.
But where Goff is and there's no question he goes for that.
It's the distance that's tripping me up, though. It's like, what do they call?
On 4th and 9?
Like, they don't have an offense.
Orbit motion.
On 9 to go? They call that with 4 to go.
We call it with 5 to go in the AFC Championship game.
This is 9.
When in doubt, call orbit motion. They probably call it on 4th and 2 also. Anyway, I think McDermott would have gone for both. I do.
Good to know. I feel he has evolved as a head coach over the years.
How jinxy is it to say the Bills should get the 1 seed?
I get worried about jinxes. That's not one thing I would worry about.
No.
I don't know why. That doesn't bother me at all. It's falling very nicely, right? Either the Chiefs or the Ravens, unless there's a tie. One of them's going to have 3 losses. And like you guys said, if it's Baltimore, great. They're 3 down in the loss column and the tiebreaker. If it's Kansas City, you can bury them even further in a few weeks. So it's Burrow being injured, Steelers.
Yep.
I mean, look around Indy's not going to sustain what they're doing. I mean, that offense, they're the second highest scoring team in the league right now.
They have a better point differential than the Bills.
I know. I just don't think they're going to be able to sustain that kind of offensive production over the course of the year. I mean, who is the threat? Everybody would have said it was Baltimore. They look like, they're going to have their defense in the 2 games against the Bills and the Lions. They beat the Browns. Their 2 losses are against very good teams, the two really good teams, right? They gave up 79 points in those 2 games.
Yeah.
79 for a defense that was supposed to be a better secondary this year and overall improved. So, yeah, the 1 seed.
It's right
Run
there for
with
you.
it, babe.
It's right there.
Yep.
803-0550. Time for Howard Picks the Bills.
Let's do it.
A tradition unlike any other.
Sometimes the meal's not that big.
Yeah, everybody's eating appetizers.
All right.
Where's the steak and the potatoes?
Yeah.
It's time for Howard to pick the Bills.
their offense bounced back after the game against the Colts, so that's good. But Tua threw a critical interception in the fourth quarter.
Back to pass, fires, it's intercepted! Picked off by Terrell Bernard! Coming the other way and out of bounds at the 40-yard line! Terrell Bernard, Mr. Fourth Quarter!
On WGR, Sports Radio 550.
Now, I want you to know, you're a public figure, and of course, polling information may matter to you when deciding how to play this. We have posted a Twitter poll. Which would you prefer if the Bills get the 1 seed, 17-0 or 15-2? And just to let you know, 53% would prefer 15-2.
I thought it actually would be higher than that.
53%.
So figure Bills fans would be so freaked out by no losses.
Cowards. So if you go 17-0, just want to let you know that's actually bad in the eyes of 53%.
It's too bad because I was going to go 17-0, but now I'll change it.
There you go.
I listen to the public.
Yes, of course.
Did you know the next 4 opponents on the schedule are combined 3-9 right now?
Okay.
Did you know that the next, a little bit worried about the Bills' defense, the next three opponents.
What are the opponents they've already played combined? 1-8?
1-8. Yeah.
All right, so it's tougher. Right? It's getting tougher.
Yeah, 1-8. The offenses, the offenses the Bills are going to face, points per game, are ranked New Orleans 29th, Patriots 21st, Atlanta 31st, Carolina 19th.
What a stretch.
Seems to be lining up nicely, doesn't it?
So
what's the line Sunday?
16.5.
16.5.
They'll cover.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. I mean, the Seahawks had 38 points at halftime. 38. You know how hard it is to get 38 points in the first half? The Bills will cover.
Let's have Howard pick the Bills. All right, so you're picking not only a win, but a cover over the Saints.
Right.
Cover over the Saints.
By the way, do not follow my betting advice. It's never right.
Fair enough.
But I'll say it'll cover.
You kind of tried to blast through all 4 games right there. Patriots.
Yeah, let's go. Patriots.
Sunday Night Football, the Patriots.
I'm still trying to get a decent handle on the Patriots. I think they're the second best team in the division, but that's by default.
Yep.
They had 5 turnovers and still only lost by 7 points to the Steelers. I think the Patriots will be a tough out, but there's no way I could sit here and tell you they would give the Bills their first loss, so take the Bills.
They also can't get their best player healthy on defense. Christian Gonzalez, who is very good. He just cannot stay on the field for them. The latest, what does he have? He has he's out for this week's game, this last week in week 4. He's not gone to the IR? Or what's the latest? Sorry.
It's like multiple weeks, but they're not putting him on IR.
Okay.
I thought it was a hamstring.
Yeah, he's very good.
And they now have a Ramondre Stevenson fumbling problem
it's
they have to deal with.
They had a Ramondre Stevenson fumbling problem before.
But the other day, I mean, he cost them the game.
Yeah. All right, so Bills over the Patriots.
Yes.
Bills at Falcons.
I remember I had that game as a loss a couple times, maybe more than that, but the Falcons' offense is so bad right now, just ridiculously bad, that even the Bills' defense, which isn't playing at top form yet, should win that matchup. So I will give the Bills a victory.
Bills win. Bills Panthers.
I will take the Bills to win that game.
Chiefs at Bills.
Football gods, please don't burn me. Because the Bills are unbeaten with Kansas City coming to town.
Yep.
That would really stink if that would be the first loss of the season. I will take the Bills to beat the Chiefs.
8-0.
8-0. Bills over the Chiefs. Bills at Dolphins.
They'll sweep the Dolphins.
9-0.
Bucks at Bills. In what could be one of the most fun games of the year. 2 of the most entertaining quarterbacks. I mean, Baker is fun.
He is fun, and good for him. I mean, I've always liked him, other than the little flag planting thing. I think he's a good quarterback. They're funny too. Their first 3 wins have all come in the last minute of the game.
Yeah, right.
All in the like 59 seconds, a walk-off, I think, and 6 crazy thin margin of error. I've been saying the Bucs will win that game. I'll still say the Bucs will win that game.
All right.
9-1.
Bills at Texans.
What is going on with the Texans offense?
C.J. Stroud can't make passes accurately.
And he has defenders in his face on every play.
Yeah, the line is bad.
Line's bad. They can't run the ball.
So, I'm going to flip that. I've had that almost every time we've done this, I think, as a loss.
Yep.
Well, let's flip it because they are 0-3 and their offense is in a shambles. And, man, Houston, 2 years ago, they were everybody's darling pick, right?
Yeah.
They're up and coming. These guys are going to be they're going to be in the contenders and all. Man, no, I'll take the Bills to beat the Texans. Turn that around. L to W.
L to W. Okay, win. So, Steelers.
They're trash.
Yes, they are.
They really are
They're
trash.
a negative point
They're
differential.
They're the trashiest 2-1 team that's ever been created.
And
their offense is bad.
Wouldn't it drive you nuts if you're a Steelers fan? Like they're doing it again.
They're
doing it
bad, and they're going to win 9
games.
Yeah,
but they'll have 100%. A winning record. They might they'll make the 6 or the 7, and then they'll get blown out in the wild card round.
Yeah, 37-10.
What also is helping them is the conference looks like it stinks past the first 6 teams.
Yes.
So.
But anyway, the Bills will win.
I do think they could lose this week. They play the Vikings, and their offense is going to have trouble with the Vikings.
In Dublin.
Then they play the Browns. So 2 straight games where they're going to play tough defenses.
Browns defense is very good,
It
yes.
is. All right, so you've got the Bills beating the Steelers.
Yes.
Bills home for Bengals.
How'd things go without Burrow?
I wonder if a lot of that is Minnesota. Give Browning a minute.
Yeah.
Their defense is not good, but their offense will probably look better against other teams.
But I think he might be able to, play maybe 500 football for them, but that's just not good enough, I don't think.
They play the Broncos this week, and then the Lions, and then the Packers.
Ooh.
Like, their season's over.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll take the Bills to win the game.
All right, Bills beat Cincinnati.
12-1.
12-1.
Have they clinched? No.
Bills at Patriots.
Kids, that baby is going to be a really tough football game. It's going to go right down to the end of the game. It could be a final possession type of game, and the Bills will find a way to eke out a victory in Foxborough.
Okay.
All right, eke out a victory in Foxborough. Then to Cleveland to play the Browns.
Is Shedeur Sanders playing at that point?
Maybe.
Gabriel's the backup.
Is he?
The Browns.
He's been this.
Just knocked off the toast of the league Packers.
Yep. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, coulda, shoulda beat the Bengals before Burrow got hurt. But I will. So I wouldn't say that's a walk in the park, especially it's in Cleveland. Hey, you know what? Maybe you should go, and there'll be a blizzard.
It's a good idea.
Just to bring back memories. I'll take the Bills.
14-1. They've clinched. That's my prediction.
1 seed clinched.
By weeks, by the Cleveland game with that record.
Now you wouldn't sit
hold
Josh
on.
Allen for 2 games, right?
Let me make that tough. Since you won't play the Chargers, there will not be a head-to-head.
There you go.
Yeah.
So if the Chargers
they'll need to be 12-3 to be alive.
That's right, 12-3 with 2 games left to be alive.
Their division's tougher.
12-3 is a lot.
It might be, but just. You could have it where you're 88% to get it, especially because that Jets game sits on the other side of the Eagles game, but you really might be in a spot like, it's probably yours, but you have to play.
Okay.
And then if you loot Bills-Eagles.
I'll take the Eagles.
Eagles. Did the Chargers win, Joe?
They play Houston, so yes.
Okay, so now depending on tiebreakers, you might be locked up, or you might have to. Although the Bills, their 2 losses are the Eagles and the Bucks, so never mind.
NFC,
it's over.
That's right.
It's over.
It's over.
Yeah. It's over on conference record because if the Chargers have, unless their losses are all NFC losses, all right, whatever.
Yeah, probably not.
This is getting too complicated.
Hey, just so you know,
so probably Trubisky game.
If the Bills win their next 2 games, it'll be the best start under McDermott, 5-0. They need to go 6-0 for the best start in their NFL history.
Okay,
because it's 5-0 right now. The best start forever, ever in the Bills' history was 9-0 by the 1964 AFL champions.
Okay.
So 6-0 would be their best ever start as an NFL franchise.
Well, you have them tying that 9-0.
Yeah. So they'll stay tied with the 64 champs.
Okay.
You guys, is that all right? All good?
Well, we need the Jet game.
Geez, I'm happy
The
as a
finale.
win.
Red helmets.
But if the game doesn't mean anything, it could be a loss. But I'll say, for
Win.
now, I'll just say a win with an asterisk based on whether or not anybody is actually playing.
So 15-2.
I look forward to the people complaining about the 2 losses that I picked. Yeah, you laugh about it, Joe.
No, it'll happen. I know.
I'll send you the screenshots. Everything else well with you boys?
Yeah.
Life's good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just trying to get a good Sabre goal song through.
Yeah, what's going on with this?
Fantasy.
Okay.
It's fine.
I haven't been up on goal songs. Hey, by the way, at the wedding reception, they played Mr. Brightside.
Oh, nice.
So
Yes,
my wife
I would
told the lead
expect,
singer when you're done singing the song to yell out "Go Bills."
Did they play the shout song?
They did.
But did they play the Isley Brothers version?
They did, and we
Good.
changed it. There were a bunch of people from Buffalo down there, so we changed it to the Bills version.
Like
Let's Go Buffalo.
mid-song or
like
before?
in the song, we just decided to shout out,
yeah,
Let's
okay,
Go
yeah.
Buffalo.
Gotcha.
And we added the Bills Make Me Want to Shout. So we did
Good.
make the Buffalo We did represent Buffalo at the wedding the other day.
All right.
Nice to hear.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Good to see you, fellas.
Yeah, you too.
you too.
Be good.
You too.
See you next week.
Give our best to the family and to Jonathan. Congratulations to him and his wife.
Thank you very much.
All right. We got to call Paul at some point, check in on the Sabres. They played last night. They play again tonight at KeyBank Center as well. Preseason's well underway. Howard's picking the Sabres tomorrow.
What? They're unbeaten.
We're going to need an hour. It's for a couple segments to get that one in. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Russo, I don't know what to make of Russo. He got paid. He's always been pretty good. His career high in sacks is 8.
Yep.
That was last year.
Yep.
8. And 8 is a very, very far cry from the guys that are at the top. It's why he didn't get paid 40. It's why he got paid, what did he get, like 20?
22 or something? Yeah.
He got 22.
Yeah, like half what the top guys get.
Yeah, so you should expect about half what the top guys get. And 3 games in, there's not been a lot there. I know the PFF grade on Russo is pretty good. He's not been terrible. But, this team, I made this point yesterday, Joe. The pass rush conversation is a lot like the playoff conversation. I don't care how close you are. I don't care how much you should have won. You have to do it. You have to get there. And the Bills pressure rate for Russo. You can pressure rate you to death and say he's 4th in the league in pressure rate, which he's not. And if he had no sacks, you'd say, I don't care, man. You got to get the job done on one of these.
And didn't Mostyn get a bad game in that Chiefs loss last year?
Yes.
In the AFC Championship game. So that's what gets remembered. He did have a sack against both Baltimore and Denver in the playoffs last year.
Yep.
But those are the games that matter the most. And he's there for that Cincinnati loss, right? A couple years ago, too, where their defensive line got abused by backups on the snow. So, yeah, it's more about that. I'm not thinking about him, though, ever being all-pro premier pass rusher in the league.
Right.
He's probably just going to be a good player for a long, long time.
After last night, the Bills are still number 1 in pressure percentage.
Okay.
How often they pressure the passer? 30%. On the Ravens game, what's the thing that jumps out?
I cannot believe that any team in the league figured out a way to sack Lamar Jackson 7 times in a football game.
My answer is the exact same with slightly different phrasing. I can't believe Lamar Jackson took 7 sacks. When's the last time Josh Allen took 7 sacks in a ball game? Did you look it up?
I didn't look that up, but I did look up how many games ago you have to go to get to 7 Josh Allen sacks.
Is it like 10?
It's 11.
11 games.
Yeah, so regular season, I didn't look at playoffs. But last 11 regular season games, Allen's taken 7 sacks, and Jackson took 7 sacks last night.
Last night was sacks are a quarterback stat because Lamar Jackson was a disaster in the pocket.
Right.
Matt Harmon of Reception Perception and Yahoo Sports, he tweeted this out after I thought the same thing 10 times. Lamar Jackson took 13-yard drops.
Yeah, right. There was a second in 26 because he ran backwards.
Right. What are you doing? Dropping back so far that your offensive line cannot protect you, like running into sacks and dancing around. And
yeah.
I mean, Lamar, at the early stage of this game, it looked like the Ravens were unstoppable. And then all of a sudden, I think he just played a terrible game. I thought Lamar was bad in this game. He's not often bad, but he does have those games where he is just like, this guy, he does not have it tonight.
Yeah, it was tied for his career high in a game. He took 7 one other time against Pittsburgh in 2021. So most sacks he took in a game in 4 years.
Yeah.
And it's the only other time that he ever did it.
go, Steve. Little TNT to open the scoring here.
This would be an upgrade. I think this would be an upgrade.
Yeah?
Yep. It's not giving you the sing-along part you want, but...
There might be a part that is what they view as sing-along.
Right here?
I mean, people won't sing to this.
No.
This sounds like a song that's in an NHL video game.
Tick, tick, boom?
Yeah. It's...
This part would be, I guess, but... This was definitely in... I want to say multiple NHL video games.
Yeah.
That song was definitely an NHL video.
The Hives, Tick, Tick, Boom.
Yeah, for sure.
One of the 5 nominees
Sounds
for
like an
Sabres'
NHL 7 song.
future goal song. Again, there's a song that's about something that's not guys with swords fighting and drinking beer, and then there's a song that is that. So I'll go with the one that's basically written about the hockey team without even knowing it. 10-pole Tudor, Swords of 1,000 Men. Could have been done 10 years ago. If they did it 10 years ago, they probably have 3 cups by now. Prove me wrong. What's the argument against it? 3 cups.
I'll let you believe that.
McDavid would.
I'll just let you believe
would
that.
demand a trade. He's like, you know what? That seems like such a cool scene. I want to go there.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. The Ryder Cup this week, by the way.
Yes.
Let's go with the Ryder Cup.
They're, Friday morning at 7, I think, is the first start of it.
It's tough to win the Ryder Cup on the road. That's how it goes.
It is.
It never happens. You do not win the Ryder Cup on the road.
I think Europe does it more than the U.S. does, though.
But the last time it happened, I saw
it was more than a decade ago.
I think there are only 27 men that have won the Ryder Cup on the road.
Like golfers individually?
Yes. That's how many Ryder Cup results. Like, check it out.
Yeah, you're right. It was 2012. Europe won in the U.S. And that is the only time Europe won it in 2004. So twice since 2000. But the U.S. hasn't won in Europe at all. So it happens more, I guess, but it's not much.
Maybe it's more than 27. Maybe it's 27 living.
Europe won in 1995 at Oak Hill. So once in a while. The U.S. hasn't won in Europe since 1993. So Europe's done it 3 times, I think, since the U.S. has.
Okay. Well, that'll be exciting. I'm ready. I'm ready to root for guys that I don't normally root for. That's how it goes, It's like the Olympics. Jack Eichel goes to skate for Team USA. What are you going to do? If you don't like him, you got to root for him.
Yep.
I got to root for Patrick Reed, right? Or Patrick Cantlay.
No, he can't be on the team.
No,
right?
Patrick Cantlay.
Cantlay's the one.
I got to root for Patrick Cantlay this week. Like, okay. Patrick Cantlay. Fine. We got Spawn.
It's like when your favorite team trades for Marchand. You hate him, but now you are excited to watch the other team get mad at him.
Cantlay?
Right? Will it be fun to watch the Europe guys get mad if Cantlay's playing like the slowest golf of all time?
That is going to be one of the problems is like, even though now Rory's a bad guy, and I just like Rory. So we got Spawn, Scheffler, of course. Always fun to root for Scheffler because he always wins. Morikawa, Schauffele, Russell Henley, Ben Griffin, Bryson. Come on, Bryson. Bring it. Justin Thomas, his game's in a better spot than it was a year ago or 2 years ago when they played last, when he probably shouldn't have made the team, but they gave him a spot because of vibes. So, what's that? No. Spieth was on that team too. Anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Sorry, I didn't know what time it was. I thought we were already in the 9 o'clock segment. So
no, we were
Dan
not.
said take a break. I'm like, oh, I thought we were already in the 9 o'clock. Sorry, I don't know what time it is. All right, back in a moment here on WGR. The NFC, I mean, this is, of course, part of the conversation. The NFC looks a lot better than the AFC, at least in the middle. The AFC,
it's deeper.
The AFC looks like 3 good teams, and then 3 candidates as maybe these are good teams, and after that, please.
Right.
You're getting to Pittsburgh as your 6th best team in the AFC, 6th or 7th. They've been outgained in their games, and they are 2-1. They're 2-1 rather.
Yep.
Okay, if the Steelers are your sixth best team, you're in trouble. Meanwhile, in the NFC, I've got a couple of really threatening teams. If the Vikings had a quarterback, they'd be very good. The Bears might have some teeth. The Packers are good. The Lions are good. The Niners are good. The Rams are good.
The Bucks are good.
The Bucks are good. The Eagles are good. The Commanders are good.
Yeah.
Like the NFC probably goes 9 deep.
Is Seattle good?
No.
No?
Seattle is not,
They're not good?
They're not good. In fact,
they played close to the Niners and beat the Steelers by double digits.
That's right. And then they hammered the Saints. And
like that's not bad. That's not a bad resume.
Some of the stats on the Saints led me to my conversation, my suggestion about that little new game we're going to play with the envelope where we seal our prediction, because I got a prediction for Bills Saints that directly draws on what happened in Saints Seahawks. On the Ravens game, what's the thing that jumps out?
I cannot believe that any team in the league figured out a way to sack Lamar Jackson 7 times in a football game.
My answer is the exact same with slightly different phrasing. I can't believe Lamar Jackson took 7 sacks. When's the last time Josh Allen took 7 sacks in a ball game? Did you look it up?
I didn't look that up, but I did look up how many games ago you have to go to get to 7 Josh Allen sacks.
Is it like 10?
It's 11.
11 games.
Yeah, so regular season, I didn't look at playoffs. But last 11 regular season games, Allen's taken 7 sacks, and Jackson took 7 sacks last night.
Last night was sacks are a quarterback stat because Lamar Jackson was a disaster in the pocket.
Right.
Matt Harmon of Reception Perception and Yahoo Sports, he tweeted this out after I thought the same thing 10 times. Lamar Jackson took 13-yard drops.
Yeah, right. There was a second in 26 because he ran backwards.
Right. What are you doing? Dropping back so far that your offensive line cannot protect you, like running into sacks and dancing around. And
yeah,
I mean, Lamar, at the early stage of this game, it looked like the Ravens were unstoppable. And then all of a sudden, I think he just played a terrible game. I thought Lamar was bad in this game. He's not often bad, but he does have those games where he is just like, this guy he does not have it tonight.
Yeah, it was tied for his career high in a game. He took 7 one other time against Pittsburgh in 2021. So most sacks he took in a game in 4 years.
Yeah.
And it's the only other time that he ever did it.
This drive starts at the 21, down by 4. Hand off to Henry, and he gets it punched out. It's recovered by DJ Reed. Knocked out on the play by Aiden Hutchinson. And it's yet another fumble for Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry. 2 big fumbles so far in 3 games this season and 2 losses. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Tuesday, September 23rd. And we're hanging out talking about the Ravens and Lions and other stuff as well. We'll have Paul Hamilton at 9:30 to chat about the Sabres who play tonight and played last night. And that's that.
Baltimore, Kansas City next week. One will go 1-3, which obviously is
love it.
Great for the start of the year. Do we know when is that game? Is that a 4:25 game?
It is a 4:25 game.
Okay, perfect. So the Bills will be out of the way.
Yep.
We'll know what they'll have won by, probably. Hopefully it's more than 16.5. And then you get that game all yourself at 4.
I don't want to jump the gun like we ever do that. But Football Friday, I'm off on Friday. Okay, we might have to do it tomorrow just for my sake. Remember some Saints.
Okay.
You know, we get the new teams.
That'll be a fun team to do it with.
We never get a chance to remember some Saints.
No, they haven't played in... since when?
Ironhead Hayward.
Deuce McAllister. Oh, this will be an easy one.
Who else? Joe Horn.
Okay. Robert Meacham.
Former future Bill Robert Meacham.
Yes, he was here when Mario Williams was
here. That's right. They were trying to...
They probably ignored him, and then he left and signed with another team because they had Mario Williams in town. Yeah.
Imagine that. They're both at dinner, and Mario's thinking like, you know what, I might sign. And Robert Meacham's trying to get their attention. Guys, what about me?
I caught 700 yards last year.
Yeah.
Yep.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. If you want it. What else? What else we got?
I mean, the NFC is pretty interesting right now, I think, because what's their 1 seed race? How many teams could finish as the 1 seed in the NFC, realistically? Because in the AFC, it just feels like it's the Bills or the Chargers.
It feels like it's 2.
And in the NFC, it's the Eagles. Is it the Niners? They're undefeated.
They have another injury.
It's just
Nick
they
Bosa
always
out for
are
the
hurt.
year. They're always hurt.
The Packers could be this. The Bucks could be this. I think there's probably 5 teams that you could realistically say they could be the top seed in the NFC. The Rams still look good, right? They lose that game on Sunday, but they should have won it. That's a terrible job. They're up 26-7, and they end up losing the game. 2 blocked field goals. I mean, in most instances, they win that game in Philadelphia. So I would even make a case the Rams could do it still. So it's much the deeper conference right now.
Yeah, I would agree. You guys, before we get to Paul, you see anything from the Sabres last night or anything jump out at you?
I thought Kesselring looked awesome. Him and Power together. So if you were looking for, something positive that meant anything for the NHL roster, those 2 looked really, really good together. So they're playing a non-NHL lineup mostly for the Blue Jackets, so they should look like that. But, yeah, I was very impressed by Kesselring.
Georgiev and Levi got the split start.
Yep.
Shutout.
They got the shutout.
Owen's not up. Hold on, Owen.
Yeah. I thought Georgiev looked pretty good last night. He can be a little squirrely at times, and I didn't see as much of that as I had maybe when he was with Colorado, which makes sense. He was under so much pressure with Colorado. He played so many games with them and could not win. But he looked much more comfortable last night. And then Levi, nice little period.
Yeah.
Not bad. So I was really impressed with Kesselring too, and then I thought Mirka looked great too in a couple.
Mirka looked good.
Of
he was
really
smooth.
He was
6'6",
throwing people around too a little bit. He started something at the end of the game because he threw a guy in front of the net. He made a pass from his own goal line all the way up to the opponent's blue line, right to Kulik. That was really nice.
Yeah, there was a pickup out of the corner that he just got on his horse and got all the way up to the blue line carrying it and outletted it. I think it was up to Kulik. He looks great. I see now because he looked good and he looked good at prospects. People are like, he's not so far away. there are still things that he's got to clean up. Like he is not always spatially the most aware, and there's some footwork stuff that definitely needs to be improved. So I think people should probably cool the brakes on like getting him here ASAP. Like he's got to go play for Seattle and play 27 minutes for them.
Yeah. I did think though through like a period and a half they were getting outshot. I think shot attempts at one point were like 17-5.
Yeah, they were getting steamrolled pretty good in the first and like the early part of the second period.
But it was 0-0.
Right.
And I was thinking, isn't this how they want to play? No. All the shots are coming from the outside from Columbus. They're not really generating a lot of their own, but everything's kind of buckled down. There haven't been a ton of great chances on the other side. So you look up and you see, okay, they're being outshot. Shot attempts are way one-sided in one direction, but there's no score in the game. And isn't this the type of hockey they want to play?
And that's the other thing I noticed about stylistically. They looked more aggressive on pucks. Like I have thought since Lindy's been talking about, we made a couple of tweaks to the system. We want to play a little differently. I would not be surprised to see them play a lot more of a tight man-to-man system in the D zone where they're just trying to smother people because they've got big, long defensemen that can skate. And I thought I saw a little bit of that last night. It's obviously one preseason game. You can't really extrapolate too much. But it looked to me like they were trying to jump on pucks hard. And that could get ugly early, but I think Montreal did something very similar to this last season where they kind of changed and moved to a more man-to-man system that can get you exposed if you're in the wrong spot. But once you get comfortable with it, you are really hard to beat. And I think that they've got players that could execute that. So we'll see if they really stick with that.
I wonder if we're going to get the roster for tonight. I mean, it's the rest of the team, right?
Yeah,
the split squad kind of deal. That around this time yesterday is when we found out who was going to play last night. So I would imagine they'll confirm, like, all right, team 2 goes this evening in Buffalo. Tage, Dahlin, whoever's healthy. Is Tuck going to be good enough to go?
Is Dahlin and Tage, though, the guys you would just say you guys don't need to play?
No. You probably
what's the point?
Get in shape, get reps.
Their only time, but I would be surprised if they're not playing tonight.
Shouldn't it be like football though? Why do I need to put them out there and risk injury?
Because injury is much less likely. Knock on wood.
But they're two players who have both had injuries in each of the last 2 years that you cannot live without.
That's true.
I think hockey also there's a little more weight to be put into playing game speed, game situation stuff, because football you just cannot practice. Or in hockey, like you can't, it's just harder to.
Yep.
The situations are different. Football, you're running plays that are set. Hockey's so reactive. I think you need reps in game situations.
Well, Columbus already sent out who they're sending, and it's mostly an AHL team.
Yeah, I saw that.
So, I don't know if that impacts at all what the Sabres will do, but... And the first night in the arena for a lot of fans of the year, so...
803-0550. How well do you guys know the CFL? I'm going somewhere with this.
Enough to know that a lot they did something drastic yesterday.
Yes.
Like crazy change.
A series of rule changes.
Yeah.
Big ones that are hard to imagine. I don't know the CFL that well. They're moving the goalposts. Not figuratively, actually.
Yeah.
The goalposts will move to the back of the end zone. And the end zones are getting shorter.
Yep.
No more 20-yard end zones, now 15-yard end zones with goalposts at the back of them. They're shortening the field.
Mm-hmm.
They're taking 10 yards out.
110 to 100?
Yep. Modifying the rouge, which I don't understand or know how that works.
That's the 1-point safety
if
thing they have.
If you punt or kick it out of the end zone, you get a point. Not anymore, probably in part because they shorten the end zone and shorten the field. Automatic 35-second play clock and modifying team bench locations where teams will no longer be on the same side of the field at any field. You've got some spots where both teams were on the same side, which you do see in college hockey sometimes too.
Yep.
Although some hockey, it's normal to be on the same side. Hockey, some colleges they're split. Whatever. Anyway, bunch of rule changes in the CFL.
Yeah. They also made the play clock longer. Like what I saw is that everything they're doing is they're trying to look more like the NFL. And that it's a lot of complaints from what I see, like the people I follow for like hockey, like so they're up in Canada.
Yeah.
And they don't like that this commissioner, I guess, has only been there for 6 months. And
these are pretty drastic changes.
Right. He's like, I don't care about the history of this league. I don't care about the way it's always been done for 100 years. We need to be more like the NFL, is basically the goal here.
Is that
by
wrong?
the CFL.
I mean, I'm not one to speak. I guess neither one of us
What do they expect to happen? I guess what are they trying to be? Are they trying to...
They're trying
compete
to do...
with the USFL as like the second league that people will watch in the U.S., and they think that their sport looks too gimmicky, and that's why people stay away from it?
One thing I think the CFL has immediately after that is above like the XFL, UFL, is full stadiums and fan bases that care.
Right.
You immediately,
and they will always have that.
Yeah, you immediately have an atmosphere. I don't have to fake that or create that.
No, they just have it.
So that's got to help them. And if they're thinking, let's just look more like regular football with this, we'll be okay. I don't know.
I mean, they're because of that crowd point, they're in a better starting place than all of those other leagues. Like the other leagues don't even play in different cities. Don't they just play in one city? Isn't that what they've been doing? They just play in like Austin, Texas or something. Whereas this, I don't know how big of crowd. What are the crowds?
You have fans.
30,000?
Sure.
Doesn't matter. You put that on TV with an atmosphere, maybe they could get a small increase because I do think people are confused by the CFL rules, but I don't think you're going to just get a giant group of football fans that are suddenly going to watch the CFL because they don't have a 55-yard line anymore.
803-0550. Peyton Manning on the Manningcast last night suggested rule changes for the NFL. Want to get to those real quick?
What do you suggest?
Some of them he's kind of kidding, but here you go. So we got CFL rule changes. Here's Peyton Manning, 5 rule changes he'd like to see.
Rule number 1, intercepted Hail Mary shouldn't count against quarterbacks at the end of the half. Hail Mary throws at the end of the first half should be a team interception. They shouldn't be a quarterback's interception. They won't count against the quarterback. Number 2, false start, offside, equity within the 10-yard line. If you're on the 1-yard line, the offense false starts, they go back to the 6-yard line. The very next play, if the defense jumps offsides, they only go back half the distance to the 3-yard line. The offense is entitled to get those 5 yards back. That rule makes no sense.
So what if you're just on the 6-yard line and there's an offsides? Is it still half the distance?
Half the distance, yeah. It's only if there's 2 dumb plays in a row.
It's got to be 2
I want
in a
those
row.
yards back. Number 3, targets should not be an official statistic. Targets are one of the biggest reasons wide receivers get angry with quarterbacks. They should be outlawed. How do people know who I was throwing to when the ball was batted or when I was throwing it away? How does some statistician know who the quarterback was targeting? They don't. Let's get rid of targets. Number 4, batted balls should be illegal. They should be banned. Nobody comes to a football game hoping to see someone bat down a pass. It's lazy by the defensive lineman. It means his pass rush didn't work. It should be an automatic replay the down. Last one, number 5, cash payments on the field for late hits. When a hit on the quarterback is going to result in a fine for the defensive player, there should be a cash payment on the field. The defensive player has to go get the actual cash from the sideline in a briefcase and physically hand it to the quarterback. It would eliminate those type of plays because of the public embarrassment by the defensive player.
You know what? He sold me on number 5.
I was going to say, I was expecting Peyton Manning to convince me of a bunch of rule changes I would like. Didn't like any of the first 4, but then he got to 5. Now I'm in.
Yeah. Let's go one by one.
That's like wrestling.
The intercepted Hail Mary's point. The NBA has done this.
The full court shot at the end of like a half or a game
no longer counts.
Yeah.
It doesn't count as a miss.
Right.
If you heave it from 60 feet as the buzzer goes to the end of a quarter and miss, it doesn't count. Does it count if you make it?
I don't think so.
How could it not count? You get the points.
You can't have it only if you make it.
I think you do.
You get the points, but it doesn't go in like your 3-point column, does it?
So if I make that, say it's my only shot in a game, I went 0 for 0 with 3 points.
Yeah, I think that's how it is.
That seems like that's broken. That can't exist like that.
I think that's what they did
because they decided to make it a team miss, but not a player miss on that. Intercepted Hail Marys don't count at half. I mean,
it's the same thing.
It is the same thing.
And I guess I don't like it because I think you are opening the door to, well, why don't we the pick that Dallas had against Chicago where Dak Prescott hit George Pickens right in the hand and volleyed off his hands Tremaine Edmonds and he picked it. Then the next natural step is, well, why am I giving that to Dak Prescott as an interception?
Sure.
And now we're doing that too much. So I would just not even. I wouldn't even open that door.
I just advise you to move to where I've lived for a long time, which is stop caring about interceptions altogether.
Right.
Just don't worry about it. If your quarterback's good, don't worry about it. Number 2, equity, where a false start and offside are the same. That already exists. It's just at opposite ends of the field. That's it. If
right,
you
but
are,
not on the series.
If I have you backed up to your own one, false start, you go back half a yard. Offside, 5 yards against me. If you're on my one, false start, back 5 yards. It already exists in equity.
It doesn't happen enough for me this to be a problem. I did see a clip of who was it? Maybe it was even Jason Kelsey. Somebody said that their defensive coach would, like, when you would get around the 1 or the 2 yard line, would like teach or tell their players, try to draw them into a personal foul. Because if you get it, it's only a 1 yard penalty. If they get the penalty, then it's going second and goal from the 16.
Right.
But I don't think that happens enough. How often does it happen? Does it happen once a week in the league? So I'm not worried about it.
Right. Number 3, targets should not be a stat. At this point, he's kidding. Batted ball should be illegal. He's kidding. Cash payments on the field. All right. Rule change.
You think he's kidding about the targets one?
It's a pet
I think he's
peeve.
definitely kidding about the final.
You certainly can't make it not a stat. People are charting where the ball went and who it was intended for.
Right.
Batted balls, he makes a point there. If it gets batted at the line, I was trying to throw it to Marvin Harrison. Did he get a target on that play?
Right. Aren't they good at that? Don't they just not credit that if they don't know?
Maybe, but
if it gets batted, does someone get the target? I thought no one got the target.
But his point is, if I had threw 3 balls to Marvin Harrison Jr. that got batted.
Oh, he's saying those should be.
They should count as targets. I was throwing it to you.
I see.
But then if you were the receiver and you have 3 targets and no catches, we say, like, what was his problem? How come they're not connecting? Like, well, yeah, the ball got batted at the line. I don't know. It feels like a long way to go to be upset about balls getting batted at the line. But anyway, last night I went to the main broadcast instead of the Manningcast. I usually go to the Manningcast, and last night I went to the main broadcast because I was more invested in the outcome of the game. It was not your typical, Niners Cardinals, where I'd say, like, okay, sure, Manningcast. I was into Lions Ravens to a point where it mattered enough to go to Joe Buck and Aikman so I could hear Aikman be wrong on 4th downs all night.
Well, next week it's Jets and Dolphins, so
Manningcast, if they have one.
I think they do.
You know, one thing the Bills' schedule does not feature?
What?
Maybe there's one. Okay, now that I'm thinking about it. Flex games.
Games that could be flex?
Yes, games that look better than we thought. And I think the best one you've got for that is Bills-Bucks. And could Bills-Bengals be moved out of its spot? Could it be flexed into 1 o'clock? It's flexing the Bills out is a choice. But if it's the Jake Browning 2-9 Bengals, that's not the same, right?
Right.
So just looking at a couple of these potential flexing ins and flexing outs, like the Bills-Bucks game, that's going to be week 10. No, sorry, week 11. Week 11, Bucks at Bills, 1 o'clock. The Sunday night game is still very good.
Lions-Eagles.
Yes.
But Cowboys, Raiders, and Monday. Those are 2 teams they could be terrible. They're not going to remove them.
That's probably right. Chiefs Broncos is a late game, but like Bills Bengals, could that get moved? That's week 14. It's the 4:25 game, pretty much by itself on Fox, and a different game in that spot. Like Bears Packers could be worth it.
Yep.
If the Bears continue their turnaround. So I don't know. We might get another 1 o'clock thrown in because Bills and Bengals doesn't look as juicy. But anyway, 803-0550. Paul on the other side to chat about what he saw last night and preview tonight. The Sabres in action against the Blue Jackets yet again. A home and home. Expect fireworks They're going to be just the rivalry's growing.
There was
Joe.
a fight last night.
There was.
Not by the goon guy that we talked about yesterday.
Not Geertsen, no.
Geertsen.
Who was it? It was
Josh Dunn.
No, sorry.
Oh, you did it.
I did it. Doan and Dunn. It was
Doan and Dunn. It was Dunn.
It was Dunn, not Doan. All right. Paul Hamilton coming up here on WGR. Updated odds to be the 1 seed.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yep.
Folks, it's week 3.
Yep.
The Bills are minus 150. The next closest is the Chargers at plus 470.
Yeah.
And the next closest is still Baltimore at plus 800.
Right.
In the NFC, of course, nobody's in the minus money. But
yeah, who's the favorite in the NFC?
Eagles plus 260.
That's a huge difference.
Minus 150 to be the 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to enter into, if the season goes like this, and, what if everything works out? We're going to enter a lot of let's get stupid conversations. We really are.
Yeah.
Where it's, should you start to use these weeks to practice? I mean, I don't even know. I haven't gotten all the way there yet.
Part of it was one thing. I'm like, all right, the most exciting part about this season is the chase for the 1 seed.
And
what if the chase is over by October?
It probably won't be because the Chargers
will be over.
Somebody else will stay good, and their teams the Bills don't play. That's the wrinkle here. We're all over here looking at Chiefs and Ravens playing this week, and somebody's going to go to 1-3. That's great. You already beat the Ravens. You have the chance to beat the Chiefs. You don't have any say in what the Chargers or the Colts do this year. So that's one part of the 1 seed race that will be different, where you could go out and go 13-4 or 14-3, and you're talking 1 seed on tiebreakers. It won't be a head-to-head.
Right.
So what does that ultimately mean? The Chargers have to go 15-2? They might. How good are they? They have 3 straight division wins, and they won an international game to open their season. They're in good shape. Russo, I don't know what to make of Russo. He got paid. He's always been pretty good. His career high in sacks is 8.
Yep.
That was last year.
Yep.
8. And 8 is a very, very far cry from the guys that are at the top. It's why he didn't get paid 40. It's why he got paid, what did he get, 20?
22 or something? Yeah.
He got 22.
Yeah, half what the top guys get.
Yeah, so you should expect about half what the top guys get. And 3 games in, there's not been a lot there. I know the PFF grade on Russo is pretty good. He's not been terrible. But, this team, I made this point yesterday, Joe. The pass rush conversation is a lot like the playoff conversation. I don't care how close you are. I don't care how much you should have won. You have to do it. You have to get there. And the Bills' pressure rate for Russo, you can pressure rate you to death and say he's 4th in the league in pressure rate, which he's not. And if he had no sacks, you'd say, I don't care, man. You got to get the job done on one of these.
And didn't most think he had a bad game in that Chiefs loss last year?
Yes.
In the AFC Championship game. So that's what gets remembered. He did have a sack against both Baltimore and Denver in the playoffs last year.
No.
But those are the games that matter the most. And he's there for that Cincinnati loss, right? A couple years ago, too, where their defensive line got abused by backups on the snow. So, yeah, it's more about that. I'm not thinking about him, though, ever being all-pro premier pass rusher in the league.
Right.
He's probably just going to be a good player for a long, long time.
After last night, the Bills are still number 1 in pressure percentage.
Okay.
How often they pressure the passer? 30%.
Brought to you by Paula's Donuts, made with love. Paula's Donuts game day donuts are back. Chocolate frosted, Dunton crushed pretzel and chips, drizzled with red and blue frosting. Plus football frosted donuts, red, white, and blue sprinkle donuts, and more. Order your game day donuts ahead of time for in-store pickup at paulasdonuts.com.
Be at the arena tonight for Sabres and Blue Jackets, the back half of a home-and-home with Columbus to open up the preseason. Sabres win last night 4-0, and we'll see what happens tonight. You can hear the game here on WGR. Mr. Paul Hamilton joins us to chat about what he saw last night and what to look for tonight. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
How'd you like preseason game number 1 from the Buffalo Sabres?
Well, it was a slow start, but the last 2 periods, they had like 31 shots on goal, pretty much dominated the play. Now, you have to remember, too, there was basically just 2 lines of Sabres there and 2 lines of what would be Amherst. Same with the D. But for one game, I think we saw exactly what Lindy Ruff is looking for. There was very little perimeter play. There were guys around the net all night, and that's why they scored goals. I mean, because there were guys around the net, guys winning battles along the wall, causing turnovers. And, that's what he's talking about, being harder to play against. And, we saw that. I mean, a guy like Josh Dunn, who is basically a piece that would come up in an emergency situation, I think I saw he had 7 scoring chances. I mean, he was all over the ice and got in a fight and really, was great on the forecheck and causing havoc. A guy, Tyson Kozak, who we saw last year, and I think we'll see some this year. Same thing, all around the net. Actually, I thought he tipped Byram's shot. It doesn't really matter. They got the goal, but he was in front of the net and taking the eyes away, and had gotten in on a good forecheck right before that. So, Doan was another one that around the net. And so at least for these guys that we saw, message received. Now, we're probably going to see a whole different gang tonight. We'll see if they got the message.
We saw a lot, Paul, of the Owen Power, Michael Kesselring pairing for the first time last night. How did you think they looked together?
Thought it went very well. I thought they looked very good together. It's almost like they had played together for a while. There seemed to be a good chemistry there. It seemed like they really didn't have to defend all that much. Watching the game, it wasn't like, they almost never got in trouble in their defensive zone, and when they were in the defensive zone, they seemed to move the puck and get it out fairly quickly. So, I thought for the first game, it went very well for those two.
What about in goal? Alex Gorgiev plays the first 2 periods, then Levi in the third, but I think Gorgiev, because he's maybe going to be in Buffalo to start the season. What did you make of the goalie performances? There weren't a ton of shots by the end of it, but a shutout nonetheless between the two.
Yeah, I thought Levi, it was only 6 shots, but I thought he might have had the harder saves to make in his 20 minutes that he played. Georgiev was solid. I mean, he really gave them nothing to shoot at. He didn't have to make the phenomenal save, but a lot of that is because you're not out of position. Some of those phenomenal saves that you see is because you're scrambling to get back in position and you have to dive over and make one of those highlight reel saves. He was just very quiet in the net, made the saves that he had to make. He wasn't tested all that much, I didn't think. As I said, I thought Levi was tested a little more than Georgiev was, but I thought they both were just, that was the word that came to my mind. It's just solid. They weren't making mistakes. They looked confident in what they were doing out there.
Do you think there's a battle going on there at all with the Luukkonen injury? Like, if Luukkonen were to miss parts of the start of the year, is there any avenue you think for Levi to win one of those 2 jobs, or do you think it's more likely it's just going to be Lyon and Gorgiev if Luukkonen is hurt?
No, Levi's the starter in Rochester, and that's that. I mean, that's what they want for his development. I agree with it 100%. So, no, I don't see a lane for Levi this year. They've handed him the job a couple of times. There's not a lot of time for goaltenders to play in preseason games. Levi will play this third period again, so he'll have 2 periods in. He might be lucky to see one more appearance, in preseason the way it goes down, because who knows when Luukkonen jumps back in. He could jump back into practice today. I mean, he's close, according to Lindy Ruff. So, who knows when he might jump back into the equation. So, no, I don't see a way for him to get in there.
Paul Hamilton with us on the Western Hotline. Game again tonight against Columbus, this time at home. Roddy Murka, Paul, played over 20 minutes. He was throwing some guys around last night. How'd you think of...
people are impressed, Paul. I think they're feeling pretty good about him.
Well, we talked after the Prospects Challenge, and I was thoroughly impressed with him there. The thing is, he does make 18-year-old mistakes too, but he's solid on breakouts. He gets in the middle of things. He doesn't care. I mean, he doesn't back down 1 inch. If somebody wants to have a conversation or a pushing match or a scrum, he's there. He's ready to go. So, I just think it's difficult. Like, he can play in Rochester if they want him to. 18-year-old defensemen, it's hard enough for forwards who are 18. 18-year-old defensemen in that league it's very difficult for them to play in there. I still think, as I said, I've liked him, but I think this rushing thing that the Sabres have done over the years has not worked at all. I think it's one of the reasons why we haven't seen playoffs. I think they have changed what they're doing recently with Kulik and Levi, Hellenius, Ostland, and I think they should continue that with Murtka. I think another year in Seattle and junior would be just fine for him, and then we'll see you next year type of thing.
For people, Paul, maybe checking in, how does it work now that you can send him to Rochester because you could not before?
He didn't spend a full season in junior last year. He was overseas when he started his year and played a lot of the year then. I mean, when he got to Seattle, they were out of the playoffs. They were nowhere. And it was after January 1st. And when he got there, he and Ratzlaff, the Sabres prospect goaltender, basically took over that team and got them to the playoffs and got them in. So that's why he was over in Europe and then came to Seattle. So that's why he's eligible.
Was there a change on that front, Paul? The CHL and the AHL? I thought it was more the CHL in college hockey, right? That players could now jump from juniors to the NCAA.
The CHL does not want to change at all. The NHL is trying to get changes in that agreement.
Right.
That hasn't gone down yet.
Okay.
The CHL is totally against it. My idea, and I know I've talked to you guys about, is I think each team should get an exemption. One exemption that you can use. That makes sense because you're not killing the CHL. You're taking some of their players, but not all that many. And it helps, a guy like Benson, who probably when he was 18 years old, it would have been great if he could have gone to Rochester, but he couldn't. And that could have been their exemption. So that's what I'd like to see. Whether they would do something like that, I don't know.
What do you think the lineup looks like tonight, Paul? Just mostly the guys we didn't see yesterday?
Pretty much. I think you'll see Thompson, Dahlin, Samuelson, Lyon. I know Lyon will be the goaltender to get 2 periods, and then Levi will be the goaltender to get the third. I would think, and you'll see a couple probably from, I think Johnson could get a shot at defense. So you might see a couple of Amherst in that lineup, but I think it'll be very heavy with Sabres. That you'll be McLeod probably will be in the lineup. Zucker will probably be in the lineup. I'm expecting those guys. And Lindy Ruff said Tuck is fine, and I watched him practice. He did everything. It's just he's only had 2 practices now, and he's not sure he wants to throw him into a game today. Alex Tuck will be fine. I mean, he doesn't have to play a preseason game, and he'll be just fine. So, Lindy Ruff, he was kind of him-hawing around yesterday. He goes, well, we'll see how he feels. And I could see he was thinking, you know what, it might do Alex Tuck some good to have a third practice instead of playing the game. So we'll see how that goes.
Paul Hamilton. Thanks, Paul. Enjoyed the game tonight, and we'll chat later in the week as the preseason rolls along.
Sounds good. Take care.
Thanks, Paul. Paul Hamilton. Trying to get the Ryder Cup theme.
I was just looking at some of the practice pairings for Europe.
Okay.
Looks like they're going with a hero line, if you will. Like all the top guys are together. Fleetwood, Rory, Rose, and Lowry.
You borrowing that from like fantasy football and Hero RB?
No, I'm borrowing that from the NHL video game, of course, back in the day, where you would have a hero line that you would set in your roster, and then in the final 2 minutes of a game, with like if it's a 1-goal game, it would automatically put your hero line on. Which, of course, you would just put 5 forwards on, because
Yeah. 803-0550. 1-888-552-550. Kevin Cole's Power Rankings of the Unexpected Points podcast. Number 1,
Bills.
Number 2,
Chargers.
No.
Eagles.
No.
Colts.
No.
Ravens.
3.
Okay. Number 2.
Yep.
The Bucks.
Nope.
The Packers.
Nope. Come on.
Who am I missing?
The Lions.
The Lions. Just played 12 hours ago.
Listen,
the Lions. I mean, the Lions did get hammered in week 1.
They did. They lost to the Packers. They had a bad day.
Yeah.
And since then have looked very good. I just want to say, again, I'm
happened in that game.
We all have our own processes on how we deal with the stress of these seasons and the fun. During Bills games, I think the Bills are going to win the whole time. Down 4. Go check the timestamp. When Derrick Henry ran that ball in to take them up 16, I'm like, the Bills can still win this game. It looks bad right now, but they can still win, and they did win. If the pass that's deflected to Keon Coleman bounces to the ground, what does the AFC look like? The Ravens are not reeling. They went on the road and beat the Bills. They went on the road and beat the Browns, and then they lost to the Lions. And the AFC is the Chargers 3-0, the Colts 3-0, and the Bills and Ravens 2-1. A deflected pass into the arms of a Johnny-on-the-spot receiver is the difference between disarray and cruising to the 1 seed. But and I'm not saying apologize for it. We watched the Chiefs do this for 8 years.
They just did it last year times 10.
That's right. I'm not. It doesn't mean you take it away. It just means these margins are close. The Bills are that away from 2-1, and the Ravens were the tiebreaker. Instead, they are 3-0 and lined up.
But that's where the schedule is important, right? Because
yes.
The Bills are that bounce away from what? Being tied for it. Well, I guess you wouldn't have the tiebreaker, so you're really a game back. But you're still very much in it. And you have an easier schedule, so it's a fight. If that Coleman deflection touchdown doesn't happen, then yeah, you're down, but you're still in the fight. Versus that deflection happens, it's over.
Oh, I know.
So the margin was a lot different for Baltimore than it was for the Bills.
The NHL website is counting down the top 100 players.
Oh, they're doing their own top. Are they doing it 2 every day?
No, groups of 10.
Okay, that's
groups
better.
Groups of 10. Yep.
Where are they at?
They're 30-20 right now.
Okay.
Rasmus Dahlin, number 30.
Okay, he's in 30-20?
Yep.
I'm going to guess the only other Sabre is Thompson, somewhere way lower in the list.
Ooh.
Like in the 90s, maybe, would be my guess. 80s or 90s. Maybe he should be higher than that. He led the league in even strength goals last season. He's only 2 years removed from a 94-point season, so maybe he's in the top 50.
NHL Network is doing the top 50 players.
Okay.
So let me
top 50 or top 100?
Top 50.
Top 50.
Top 50. I got to find out.
Maybe he doesn't make it then.
I got to find out if Thompson makes the top 50. TSN has its own top 50, whatever.
Everyone's got a top 50.
Everyone does. NHL's top players 40-31. Does Tage make this list?
He's not in 41-50.
Okay. He's not in 40-31.
Then he's probably not on the list.
He's not in the top 50.
Because he's not going to be higher than Dahlin.
No, I don't think so either.
Snubbed.
Is he better
More
than
motivation.
Is he better than Nico Hischier?
Yes.
Well, Nico Hischier's 40th.
Snubbed. Double snubbed because he didn't make Team USA last year.
Yeah.
He'll make it this year.
803-0550 is our phone number. Let's get to a break and then off to Extendo Sports, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We got a new logo on our podcast app. You seen that? The Jeremy and Joe Show podcast. The corporate made us a brand new, one of those cartoon heads. You got a cartoon head picture now.
Our heads are cartoons?
Yeah. Might be on your screen. If you've got it on
It's not as much a cartoon as it is it's a filter, right?
Sure.
I like it.
I think it's an upgrade, too. If you see it on your car, take a picture of it and send it to us, because the old picture was, I think, bad, and this one is less bad.
It's the same picture.
It is the same picture.
It's just the power of filters.
Just this filter with, it looks like it's an ESPN stop-motion wacky pit, whatever.
Yeah.
Send us a picture if you want. Or don't. Do what you think is the right thing to do, I guess. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Russo, I don't know what to make of Russo. He got paid. He's always been pretty good. His career high in sacks is 8.
Yep.
That was last year.
Yep.
8. And 8 is a very, very far cry from the guys that are at the top. It's why he didn't get paid 40. It's why he got paid, what did he get, like 20?
22 or something? Yeah.
He got 22.
He got like half what the top guys get.
Yeah, so you should expect about half what the top guys get. And 3 games in, there's not been a lot there. I know the PFF grade on Russo is pretty good. He's not been terrible. But, this team, I made this point yesterday, Joe. The pass rush conversation is a lot like the playoff conversation. I don't care how close you are. I don't care how much you should have won. You have to do it. You have to get there. And the Bills' pressure rate for Russo, you can pressure rate you to death and say he's 4th in the league in pressure rate, which he's not. And if he had no sacks, you'd say, I don't care, man. You got to get the job done on one of these.
And didn't mostly get a bad game in that Chiefs loss last year?
Yes.
In the AFC Championship game. So that's what gets remembered. He did have a sack against both Baltimore and Denver in the playoffs last year.
Yep.
But those are the games that matter the most. And he's there for that Cincinnati loss, right? A couple years ago, too, where their defensive line got abused by backups on the snow. So, yeah, it's more about that. I'm not thinking about him, though, ever being all-pro premier pass rusher in the league.
Right.
He's probably just going to be a good player for a long, long time.
After last night, the Bills are still number 1 in pressure percentage.
Okay.
How often they pressure the passer? 30%. The NFC, this is, of course, part of the conversation. The NFC looks a lot better than the AFC, at least in the middle. The AFC,
it's deeper.
The AFC looks like 3 good teams, and then 3 candidates as maybe these are good teams, and after that, please.
Right.
You're getting to Pittsburgh as your 6th best team in the AFC, 6th or 7th. They've been outgained in their games, and they are 2-1. Or they're 2-1, rather.
Yep.
Okay, if the Steelers are your 6th best team, you're in trouble. Meanwhile, in the NFC, I've got a couple of really threatening teams. If the Vikings had a quarterback, they'd be very good. The Bears might have some teeth. The Packers are good. The Lions are good. The Niners are good. The Rams are good.
The Bucs are good.
The Bucs are good. The Eagles are good. The Commanders are good.
Yeah.
The NFC probably goes 9 deep.
Is Seattle good?
No.
No?
No, Seattle is not,
They're not good?
They're not good. In fact,
they played close to the Niners and beat the Steelers by double digits.
That's right. And then they hammered the Saints. And
that's not bad. That's not a bad resume.
Some of the stats on the Saints led me to my conversation, my suggestion about that little new game we're going to play with the envelope where we seal our prediction, because I got a prediction for Bills Saints that directly draws on what happened in Saints Seahawks. Yes. Stendhal Sports. Hey, the Ryder Cup theme song. Elite Sports theme song.
Okay.
Hit it, Dan. Get you in the mood to watch some international golf stakes. All weekend.
This is good.
Elite graphics
I didn't know
package.
this one.
Elite graphics package for the Ryder Cup. You've got all the matches up there. Just keep running at 30 seconds at a time. I just want it nonstop. And it'll be the flag color is tinted to the one side, 1 up over here, 2 up, 3 to play.
Yeah.
The European flag, the American flag. Great event. Let's go.
NBC, right?
Yes.
All NBC?
I have no idea where the Ryder Cup will be. I'll be searching for it. All on NBC?
Here you go. Friday, 7 to 6. Man, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. USA. Saturday, 7 to 6. And then Sunday, 12 to 6, all NBC. So that's it.
All right.
You don't have to go from streaming app to streaming app. Just USA on Friday and then NBC Saturday and Sunday.
Sounds great.
Awesome.
Yes. Also, Harry tweeted in, or texted in rather, or emailed, a correction. The UFL does not all play in one city. All the teams are based in Arlington, Texas, and they fly to a city to play.
Oh, right.
Which is maybe weirder.
That might be worse. Dumber. Well, no, it makes... The reason they did that was for cost, right?
Yes.
They didn't think they could survive as a league with all... Like, if they just do it all in one place, yeah, then they can survive it.
Yes.
Sabres just announced their roster for tonight's game.
Okay.
And you have Zach Benson on here. Tage is on here. No Alex Tuck. Jason Zucker, Ryan McLeod, Josh Norris.
All right. Hey, remember Josh Norris?
Constant Hellenius for the second game in a row. Yeah, Josh Norris. He'll be wearing number 9.
Josh Norris.
Darlene tonight, too.
Let's see it, Josh Norris. Let's see it. Highest paid Sabres forward. Let's go.
Yeah.
It was a big move they made last year. We didn't really get to see the fruits of that. He's got to be one of the top 2 answers on, like, why are they going to be good? Norris and Kesselring. Right? That's it?
Yep.
And Jack Quinn, and somebody can stop pucks. I don't know who, but somebody can stop pucks.
I am very optimistic about Lyon. I'll just put that out there.
Okay.
I think he might be their best goaltender they've had in 10 years.
All right.
It's not a high bar.
How long goes
No, wait. Sorry. When did Allmark leave?
Right.
Best goalie since Allmark. I think it's a real possibility.
Was Leonard good? Not here.
Not as much here.
He was okay. He had a good year.
He had one good year.
He had a good year.
He had one really good year.
He was not good in shootouts. But other than that, he had a good year. All right, whatever. Anyway, Thompson, Darlene, Lyon, Josh Norris.
Benson.
A solid lineup for those of you going to the arena tonight. Want to go? Should we go?
To the arena?
Yeah, should we go to this game?
Can we bet it?
I'm just saying, I think we can go. I don't know. I'll think about it. We're back tomorrow. Cheers. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.